Good evening. I'd like to call to order the virtual Lakewood City Council meeting, regular meeting of August 24th, 2020. Thank you for joining us, and I'd ask that the clerk please call the roll.
Paul?
Here.
Abel?
Here.
Vincent?
Here.
Gutwein?
Here.
Peter?
Here.
Skilling?
Here.
Anita? Franks?
Here.
Johnson?
I am here.
LeBure?
Here.
Harrison? You have a quorum.
Great. Again, I'd like to welcome council as well as our city staff and anybody else who's tuned in this evening. We may still have a couple counselors tuning in, so I just want to emphasize the phone number for tonight's public comment is 1-646-558-8656 with a webinar ID of 945-2934-3876. Once you dial that, please press pound, and when you'd like to speak, you can hit *9 to do so. There'll be a couple different opportunities for public comment. There will be regular public comment, which, just to clarify, that's for non-agenda items. However, there are 4 things this evening under general business that have come from council. So if folks want to weigh in on those 4 general item listings, they're welcome to do that during general public comment. And then the resolutions under consent agenda, as well as separate resolutions and second reading ordinances. So with that, it looks like we have everyone but Councillor Harrison. And again, I don't think she'll be joining us this evening. So if you'd please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll remain here for a little moment of silent prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. So next up, we have the general public comment portion. And just as a note, also, council received a notice on Friday that item 17, which is resolution 2020-23, authorizing allocations for 533 Van Gordon Street, that will be continued again to ensure that the proper notice has taken place. So when we get to item 17, again, that will be set, if council chooses, for September 28th, 2020, when we'll have the public hearing. So sans that, we'll go to public comment, 3 minutes. I ask that, again, this is the part for things that aren't on the regular agenda, sans general business. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll let you know in 30 seconds and then ask you to politely wrap it up when your time is done. And number is 646-558-8656. Webinar 945-2934-3876. And again, press pound and then *9 to speak. Madam Clerk, will you please list the first name or number on list?
The first caller is caller ending in 7634.
Okay, good evening, caller 7634. If you please give your name and address or ward, I will start your 3 minutes. Good evening, caller 7634. If you want to take your phone off of mute. I see your hand up. Ms. Miller, can you unmute? I can't.
I cannot unmute. No, I can request they unmute, but I cannot do that.
So again, caller ending in 7634, your hand is up and you are welcome to begin your time. However, you are muted, so if you would unmute yourself. Okay, we'll try to come back. Madam Clerk, next.
No one else has their hand raised?
Okay. So I'll give it another second there. It looks like we have another one. Caller ending in 3754. Caller 3754, if you please give us your name and address or ward, we'll get you going. Caller 3754, if you'd unmute, please. Okay. So we will keep that in the queue. Miss Clerk, Madam Clerk, could you please call the next? Okay, so while we're doing that, just reiterate after you've dialed in and typed in the webinar ID, which I see folks have, you'll press pound once to join the meeting and *9 to request to speak. Then you'll need to unmute. So, Madam Clerk, I still have 7634 in the queue and 3754, and I show two more. You want to call on one, or would you like me to?
We can try 7634 again.
Okay. Good evening, caller 7634. Okay, so let's take a pause and let's test this and see. Councilor Franks, do you want to dial in and see? Thank you.
I should be in the queue now, ending in 3540.
Yeah, you're not showing up.
Mayor, I see that number in the queue, 3540.
Okay, there we go.
Uh-huh.
So, Councilor Franks, can you unmute yourself to speak?
On the phone, oh, what would I press? Because it's asking me, what would I press to come through?
Mr. Goldstein or Madam Clerk, do you know the button to press to unmute? *6.
there you should be able to hear me through my
Yeah.
phone.
Okay.
So we need to get that instruction.
Yeah,
Thank you.
*6. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we will restart public comment with additional instruction. And I appreciate everybody's patience. So we will go with the first number, which was caller ending in 7634. We see your hand up, and if you hit *6, you will be unmuted and give us your name and address or ward, and we'll start your time.
All right. Hey, I was pressing mute and unmute and mute. It's just nothing was happening. This is Brenda Bronson, 11063 West Ohio Place in Ward 4. And I'm calling for inclusive signage to go back up where apparently it was taken down for the 50th birthday party, and I would like it back up. And why am I for an inclusive? I moved here from California, and I was 1/3. We lived in Alameda. It was a really nice island suburb of San Francisco in the middle of the bay, and we were 1/3 of the white people. We're 1/3 of the population. Black people were 1/3 of the population, and the other third were Pacific Islanders and just everybody. And it was just a very nice way to live. That's why I liked it. The food was better, and every aspect of life is better when everybody's included. And any rate, I speak for the signs. That's my 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then we had caller 3754. If you would please press *9, that'll unmute yourself, and we will start your 3 minutes after you give us your name, address, or ward, or *6. *6, sorry. *6. There you go. We can hear you.
Okay, my name is Josh Lyons. I'm Ward 4.
Good evening.
And hello. I was just calling in to express some concerns I had about a comment that was made on one of my videos regarding the Lakewood Police Department, and that your mayor and Michael Beta expressly made themselves liable in a federal court case by making that comment. And I'm trying to understand how a mayor doesn't know that is culpability. And I think you guys have a real problem with your whole city council. And I honestly think that you all should be fired. You're terrible. Your city is terrible. Your police are terrible, and you encourage it. And there's a giant lawsuit coming your way, and I would get prepared real good for it. So that's my 3 minutes. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening. Okay, caller ending in 7029. Again, this is general public comment, 7029. If you press *6, we'll get you going. Just give us your name and address or ward. *6, caller 2407.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Christopher Arlen. I live at 11435 West Mississippi Avenue in Ward 4. Building an inclusive community is a lofty idea. And it's not something that we have attained, but something that we are striving for. That message meant a lot to me and my family. It's why we moved to Lakewood in large part. And it's something that we're committed to. In this time of national strife, there's nothing more compelling than a message of unity, a message that calls us to be more inclusive, to be more neighborly, and to be more open to one another as fellow citizens. I, for one, would like those signs to be returned to Lakewood, and I would urge you to support their return. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, caller ending in 6117. Caller 6117, if you give us your name, address, or ward, and press *6, we'll get you started. Good evening, 6117.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Catherine Costanza. I live in Ward 1 at 437 Wright Street. And before I start, I'm sorry if I misunderstood this. Are you accepting comments on item number 17, continuing resolution 2020-23 this evening, or will that be at the September?
It will be at the September 28th meeting, so we will postpone it till the 28th.
Okay. Then I have a comment on item number 10, ordinance 2020-24, related to the diversion program and the allocation of funds to a drug diversion program. First, I'd like to say I appreciate that Lakewood is devoting resources to drug diversion instead of criminalization, and is devoting resources to harm reduction. It is both racially just and a better public health response, and I want to express support for that. I'd also like to request that there be an evaluation of what criteria qualifies someone for the diversion program. In diversion programs where there is discretion and less objective criteria, it is often the case that Black and brown folk and racially diverse populations have less access to the opportunity of the diversion program as opposed to the criminal justice system. And so if the council could take that into consideration when reviewing this program and voting for it, I'm pleased to have the diversion program, but the less discretion, the less implicit bias is possible, and the more it actually supports racial justice. And that's my comment.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have one caller left under general business, and that is ending in the initials DSS. Caller DSS, if you'd like to give us your name, address, or ward, and press here. It looks like you're good to go.
Hello, Mayor. I'm back. I've attended another city council meeting, and I'd like to apologize. I made a mistake the last time I was here when I gave you my email address to send that FOIA request into. I did not give you my complete address, so therefore I cannot hold that against you that I did not get that done, because that was my own error and incompetency. But I could ask you a simple question and solve all the paperwork, but I'm not trying to do that tonight. I'm just here to remind y'all, hey, I found out some disturbing information that 70% of the America's prison population comes from foster care. 80% of foster care children are abused, and a lot of these children do wind up in lower income neighborhoods. When they get older and they grow up, they age out of the system. And I'd like for y'all to take this into consideration when reminding your police officers not to be so brutally and violent towards these people that have nobody in life. They have no parents, they have no family, no one to help them when they age out. So if they're homeless and on the streets at 22, 25 years old, you should stop and ask them one day, hey, how'd you wind up here? You'll learn a lot about a person and where they've been and where they come from just by asking a simple question: what brought you here to this point, right here, this day and time? And I'd like for y'all to take this into consideration when y'all are making these new rulings and laws and modifying city ordinances and things, because the people that come out of the foster care system come out with nothing. They come out with no family, no support structure. It's just like getting dropped out of an airplane with no parachute. You don't know where you're going. They might wind up on, illegal substances because they don't have family. They're hurting. They're scared. They're new to the world. They've been extremely sheltered. And I'd just like y'all to take that into consideration, especially when training the police and setting aside these ordinances and stuff. Like, these things make a big impact on a lot of people's lives. And you never know just how many kids get hurt. I know kids from when I was in foster care that just disappeared. They just disappeared, never a police report, never a missing persons report, nothing. And I'm scared for the next generation of kids because the number of children in foster care is increasing. So I know this is probably not y'all's department, but I want to remind y'all, as the lawmakers for this town and the people that are making the changes, that we don't want to say that everyone is bad. We don't want to say F the police. We don't want to say F DSS as a whole statement. When we say stuff like this, we mean the bad apples of the bunch, and we'd like for y'all to take that in consideration when y'all do these things, that y'all shall be held accountable for what y'all have done and what y'all do in the future. So if y'all take that into consideration, have a nice day. And one more thing before I go, there's been some misinformation or miscommunication on the call-in thing. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to press #6 or #9. I've heard both since I've been here today. If we get that clarified, just for everybody watching, in case there's other people having problems getting in. I come in through the Zoom platform, so I don't have that issue. I can just raise my hand. But there is some out there that might be older and more elderly and less technologically savvy that might need to call in using an old-fashioned phone.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, well said. And I think there was some confusion. So it's star, it's pound once you get in, *9 to request to speak, and then *6 to speak. So that's another list that we will add to our instructions, and I'll make sure I continue to reiterate that. So thank you. That is all that is signed up, or that I see with their hand up, for general public comment. And again, we'll have a couple of other opportunities. I did want to touch on just one comment that was on the budget allocation for item 10, which is actually first reading. So technically we wouldn't do public comment on the first reading ordinance, but I know this is a little bit clunky. And so you'll have your opportunity to weigh in on that at the second reading, which we'll talk about, I think, when the motion is made. So just to clarify that, that was on the consent agenda. So with that, close public comment and move into our executive report. Ms. Hodson.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Just a couple of things this evening, actually two. I get to talk about community resources again tonight, which lucky me. I'm excited to tell you about some of the changes that are happening this fall and the reopening of some of our programs and facilities. And I am sure that the public is looking forward to this. As you know, open right now is the Link Recreation Center, Carmody Recreation Center, and the Surfside Splash Pool. All of those are available and open by reservation. So that's cool. But on top of that, opening soon, get this, August 31st, Clements Community Center will reopen. September 8th, Green Mountain Recreation Center, and September 21st, Charles Whitlock Recreation Center. So pretty soon we're going to be back in operation. Of course, all of the health protocols will be in place, but I believe this is good news for our community, that you'll be able to use the facilities and enjoy the fitness therein. We also have a lot of programs that will be back online for our youth in the community. We've got climbing walls, activities open, cross-country team, and gymnastics. Again, with the normal protocols, but our kids are going to be able to participate in the programs again. Related to adults, we've got aqua fitness, general admission fitness classes, mind and body, outdoor strength, softball, therapeutic recreation, and still the virtual classes. So no excuses for any of you. There's all these opportunities that you can participate in to stay fit and healthy. And for all of those over 55 years old, we've got the Brain Gym and Fitness and Wellness, Brain Gym. So please go online, lakewood.org, and look these programs up, and please make sure to participate and get involved. Come back to the centers. We're excited to have you. And finally, we're also kicking off our annual trail running series, which has always been really popular, and we're excited to bring that back because Lakewood has some amazing trails. And talk about stress reduction, right? Go out and go for a nice long run, and you can't remember your stress because you're so exhausted. Okay, and finally, I have one other thing. I really want to implore you to use the direct response program. We're starting to see city council members starting to loosen up on those requests and going directly to the department heads. And you should know that department heads have been instructed to pass all requests for information to the direct response system. It just makes it so much more streamlined for staff, and other counselors have expressed they're interested in seeing what you are hearing from your community as well. So I'd really ask you to utilize the direct response system rather than going directly to the department heads. Those are available on your city council portal. It's also in the policies and procedures, how to access that information and how to get on the direct response program. It's just makes it really hard for department heads when each counselor calls department head and asks for information, oh, just this one time, but there's 11 of you. So I'd ask you to please follow the system and use that program. We've heard that maybe it takes too long, and we're doing everything we can to shorten the response time. So thank you for doing that. I just wanted to remind you, as we're going into the election season, you might put something on the ballot later on this evening, and that will bring a lot of questions. I'm sure that you'll want to have answered by staff, and I'd ask you to go through the direct response system so that all of city council members can see what the questions are and how they're responded to really make the process more efficient for all of us. So thank you in advance. And another reminder, at our last planning session in February, you implemented kind of a new system, 3 new forms for you to follow if you want changes or you want council to look at new legislative changes. And those are city council requests for proposed legislative priorities. That form is used to submit priorities for consideration at the next annual planning session, or to submit an unexpected priority during the year that would take precedence over the existing priorities. So please use that form. Again, that's on your city council portal. The second form is the city council request for legislative modifications. The purpose of that form is for legislative modifications that are really just quick wins as you're seeing the implementation of an ordinance, and you can see how maybe a change or a clarification would really help in the future of the implementation of an ordinance. You can use that. That would be a quick win, if you will, for council and to make our ordinances more efficient again. And finally, the form city council request for operational support or prioritization, that's to be sent to me, to your city manager, to communicate requests for operational support or prioritization. So just a reminder, kind of a nagging reminder for you to follow those. Please use those forms. They're available on your portal, on the city council portal, and also to please use the direct response system. Thank you. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hodson. Much appreciated. Okay, so now we're going to move on. And before we go to the consent agenda, this is our 2-week check-in. And we've been doing this since March, and that is a request to extend the emergency declaration for the city. As you know, we are still under an emergency in the state of Colorado. So the extension would, if approved, would take us actually probably longer than 2 weeks because of our meeting schedule. But I'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem to chime in because he has that information.
Okay, so this will be extended to September 28th. So let me read it in whole. I move to extend the declaration of disaster in the city of Lakewood, Colorado, resulting from the coronavirus/COVID-19 pandemic, pursuant to section 1.27, the Lakewood Municipal Code, originally declared by proclamation of the Lakewood City Manager on March 17th, 2020, extended by majority vote of the City Council on multiple occasions, and by this motion, extended again until September 28th, 2020, unless earlier extended or terminated by the City Council.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Franks, your hand is up. And it's working.
It is working. Technology, it's either your friend or your foe, and tonight it's a friend. I did want to, we've had communications from constituents about extending this emergency order. And I just wanted to make sure and continue to clarify. My understanding is since Colorado has remained under an emergency order, and in order to qualify for funds, we need to stay under an order. Otherwise, if funds become available for the time period, we would not qualify. Is that a fair assessment of the situation? Meaning that we extend, Colorado has theirs, we're extending to match that, and it positions us not only to allow the city manager to take action if something were to come up, but also ensures that we can qualify for funds that would come available. Is that correct?
Thank you, Counselor. So I'll go to either Mr. Cox or Ms. Hodson.
I'm happy to take that. Counselor, it's not as directly tied to that as you might think. There is the state declaration, and I would suspect that as long as that's in place, the city would want to stay under the emergency as well, but that's going to depend on the circumstances. And in terms of qualifying for federal funds, that's a function of having being under the emergency declaration. So that is one of the reasons why we would want to keep it in place. But just keep in mind, there are a number in 1.27 of the code. There are a number of factors to be considered that powers and authorities that are available that wouldn't be if we were to terminate the declaration. So we want to make sure that we consider those before making any changes to it. But you're right. I think we're going to be under the declaration while the state is. And that will protect our access to federal funds.
Thank you. You stated it more thoroughly than I did, but that matches up with my understanding. So thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Johnson?
Thank you. Actually, Counselor Franks asked one of my questions. I have been asked by a few people who are curious if we could ourselves adopt an ordinance to use a Zoom platform without needing to be under the emergency declaration status. Could somebody just talk a little bit about that?
Mr. Cox?
Yeah, we did, back when this all started 100 years ago, we did look at the issues of why we would want to go forward with the declaration. And one of the reasons, or one of the factors that came into play was that we did not have any provision allowing for virtual meetings or emergency meetings under any circumstances. So in order to protect the right to do that, both as part of this emergency declaration and under other circumstances, you did adopt an ordinance that kind of covered both, allowing for virtual meetings. It doesn't reference the Zoom platform, I don't think, but it's a reference to this type of virtual meeting that can be allowed under certain circumstances. I don't remember the text of it as we sit here now, but I do know that that is part of what was adopted probably back in March when the first declaration of emergency was made. So that can happen. Under certain circumstances, the city council can meet virtually even after the disaster is declared, as long as those conditions exist that are referenced in the ordinance. And I can pull those up while we're talking if you'd like.
So Tim, if I understand right, we really do not have to be under an emergency declaration in order to meet virtually. Is that correct?
Again, I don't want to speak too loosely because there are specific references as to when you can use that. I'm trying to pull the ordinance up so I can give those to you. But yes, I believe that it was written so that virtual meetings can be held in both emergency and non-emergency circumstances, but only if those conditions are met.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Okay, and that looks like that passes 9 ayes and 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Springsteen. Next up, we have the consent agenda. The consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are items of a routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of the proposed resolutions. That's items 6, 7, 8, and 9. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. And just as a heads up, before I ask the clerk to please read these into the record, once she does that, because we have 4 resolutions that deal with boards and commissions, I'll ask the chairman, Councilor Abel, to talk a little bit about that, and then we can go through the four different resolutions. So Madam Clerk, will you please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda consists of items 6 through 12 inclusive. Item 6, Resolution 2020-27, appointing and reappointing members to the Board of Appeals. Item 7, Resolution 2020-28, appointing and reappointing members to the Judicial Review Commission. Item 8, Resolution 2020-29, reappointing a member to the Victim Assistance Compensation Board. Item 9, Resolution 2020-30, appointing members to the Lakewood Advisory Commission. Item 10, Ordinance O-2020-24, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2020 City of Lakewood annual budget in the amount of $366,486 and authorizing the expenditure of grant funds from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to assist the City of Lakewood in piloting a law enforcement assisted diversion program through the Lakewood Police Department in partnership with Jefferson County Public Health and the Community Connections Center. Item 11, Ordinance O-2020-25, authorizing an addendum to development agreement for Salterra Center official development plan. Item 12, approving minutes of City Council meeting June 8th, 2020, and City Council special meeting June 1st, 2020.
Great, thank you very much. I'll now open the public comment portion on items 6, 7, 8, and 9, resolutions 27 through 30. Nobody has their hands up in the queue. If you would like to speak, please press *9 and then *6 to unmute yourself. We'll give it a quick second here. Okay, I'll close public comment on consent agenda. I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
Mayor Paul, I move for the approval of the council minutes, adoption of the resolutions, ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post, with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Councilor Abel. I don't think you're muted, sir.
There we go.
There.
The screening committee met at length earlier this month and late last month. The members of the committee, Councilwoman Franks, Councilwoman Gutwein, and Councilman Beta, Councilwoman Vincent, and myself had difficult decisions to make. The Board of Appeals had one applicant for reappointment and 6 new applicants, all of whom were just amazingly qualified. We had for the Judicial Review Commission, which handles complaints against Lakewood judges, if any are ever filed. and help with the screening process when we're appointing new judges. We had 3 open positions, 2 reapplications, and 4 new applicants, all of whom were outstanding. And the Victims Assistance position we had, commission, we had 1 open position and 1 reapplication. It's this particular opening is a highly specialized and requires certain qualifications. So that said, do you want me to run down who was nominated?
Yeah, if you'd like to, we'd love to acknowledge them.
Okay. For the Board of Appeals, which hears and makes decisions on appeals from any order or when considers issuing an order when one that should have been issued was not made for determinations made by the Codes Administration. We have 1 reappointment, William Furman. He's been on for one shift already and is a great applicant for reappointment. We also, for new appointments, have Alessandro Barba, and Jennifer Salisbury. For the Judicial Review Committee, we reappointed Michelle Tovrea. She's the police chief over in Cherry Hills Village and a former officer of ours with the Lakewood Police Department. And we appointed Sarah Fields and Anthony Stark Jr. For the other 2 vacancies. For the Lakewood Advisory Commission, which takes assignments from us and represents the community in a grassroots way to bring forward proposals for legislation and helps us with research and other processes that our proposed legislation goes through. We had 7 open positions and 3 applicants. The applicants were Karen Morgan, Karina Widdock, and Glenn Widdock, and all 3 were nominated unanimously. So those are the names and positions before us tonight. And I'd like to thank the Screening Commission for a lot of hard work, our committee. It was difficult choices and lengthy interviews. So thank you all. Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that summary. So Councillor Johnson, your hand is up.
Actually, I had just a question on item 10, so it's up prematurely.
Okay. And just to reiterate, item 10 is just setting it for second reading. So, okay, good.
Yeah, but I still had a question.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Franks, I'm sorry. Please.
Oh, I may not have caught this, but I didn't know if we called out the name of our Victims Assistance Compensation Board, who we're reappointing was Courtney Hill. If I missed that, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to acknowledge Miss Hill's name.
Great.
I'm sorry. I said thank you for serving as my memory, Ms. Franks. I need the help. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm not going to be pulling it or anything, but on item 11, Councillor Franks and I will be proposing some certain amendments to the existing proposal that's on ordinance to prohibit some certain uses and to substantially lower some of the density that's on there now. So we're going to be doing that and getting it all out to you as soon as possible, and certainly ahead of the 17-day deadline to get it out to the public so that everyone can see it in the published packet. But certainly, hopefully before that, so that you can discuss it with your constituents. So look for that in the coming week or so.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. Let me just make a quick question on item 10, since Councilor Skilling just spoke up a little bit on item 11. I absolutely support this. Let me just say that right off the bat. I'm curious, how long will the pilot program last? And after the grant money, will Lakewood then need to support it financially? Or will we be able to get more grant money? I mean, it will be an ongoing need, and it sounds like an awesome program, but could somebody please just talk about that a little bit?
So Counselor, we'll get you that information before second reading. Sound good?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so motion is second. I would just like to speak to the resolutions. Thank you to everyone who applied and to those who are being approved. I imagine you're going to be approved here in a minute, but it's certainly a great way to give back in so many different opportunities. And we appreciate you stepping up, especially during this challenging time, to give back to your community, and especially to the selection committee, because I know it can be challenging for you all to meet in this new environment as well. Everything's a little bit more complicated, but we certainly are going to welcome you on board. And hopefully by the time we have the opportunity to meet once again in person, we can thank you all together in some way, shape, or form next year. So with that, on the consent agenda, please cast your votes. Okay, and that looks like it passes 10 ayes and 0 nays. Again, congratulations to our reappointments and to our new folks coming on board to serve. Okay, so next up, this is somewhat a little bit unusual, as these don't come our way very often either. So I'm going to ask our city attorney, Mr. Cox, to kind of walk us through item 13 and 14, and it looks like 15 is kind of tied to this as well. So, Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we may look for some assistance. If you have questions, we may recruit Ms. Millard, because she's obviously in charge of figuring out the timing for elections and all this. But here we have a citizen-initiated ordinance, went through the process for approval, submitted the form initially to the clerk for approval, and for setting the ballot title, summary and submission clause. And then they were sent back out to collect their signatures, brought the signatures back, and the clerk has recently made a final determination of sufficiency of the signatures collected on this ordinance that would adopt regulations governing the operation of retail marijuana stores and cultivation facilities in the city, where currently only medical marijuana facilities are in existence. So we'll take you back a couple of years to the last time you had to deal with this kind of a question, and it's a bit quirky because the questions are interdependent. But if you recall, the language in the code in 252 regarding initiative and referendum says that once the ordinance has been accepted and deemed approved by the clerk, the ordinance then gets presented to the city council so that you have an opportunity before this goes to the voters to actually vote on the matter yourselves in unaltered form. It's got to be no changes whatsoever, but you have that opportunity to take the proposed ordinance and adopt it by your normal vote. Should you do so, then the next two items become moot and unnecessary. There's no need for a special election if you approve the ordinance this evening, nor is there a need for the resolution approving the city's participation in the election. But should you vote not to approve, to deny the citizen-initiated ordinance, item 13, then the matter shall be presented to the voters for their approval at an election date that fits within the time frame set forth in the ordinance, in the elections ordinance, the initiative ordinance. So this comes up because you'll be voting on item 13 shortly, and if it's a no vote, then we'll have to arrange to vote on the next two resolutions. So rather than prolong that any further, I suggest, unless there are questions, we could proceed with item 13 and then do as we see fit with the other items if necessary.
Okay, so in regards to that, Councilor Beta, do you have a question for Mr. Cox on item 13?
No, I just wanted to make a comment when it comes time to comment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so with that, I'll now open the public hearing on the citizen initiated ordinance. I'll ask the clerk to please read that into the record.
Item 13, citizen initiated ordinance, an ordinance adopting regulations governing the operation of retail marijuana stores and retail marijuana cultivation facilities in the city of Lakewood and making corresponding amendments to certain sections of Lakewood Municipal Code, Chapter 5.51 concerning medical marijuana businesses.
Thank you. So I will now open the public comment portion on this ordinance, item 13. And again, it'll be 3 minutes. I'll ask you or just give you a quick heads up when 30 seconds is left and then ask you to wrap it up. I have one hand up. And again, if you wish to speak, I'll please have you do *9 and then *6 to actually unmute. So caller ending in 4423, if you would like to hit unmute, *6 and give us your name and address or ward, we'll get your 3 minutes started. Caller 4423, if you want to hit *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Good evening. Caller 4423, you are unmuted and ready to go. And you just remuted. So now you're muted. If you hit *6 to unmute. There you go.
Okay. I am Jim Otten. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I live at 1868 South Beach Street in Lakewood. This is Ward 4. I understand that there are 3 people that have conceded time to me, and I have the last I have the 4 digits of the phone number for 2 of them. Can I ask for that time?
Yeah, I'll need to have all 3 of them, sir.
Okay. Lynn Judson is 5627, and Tamara Stubbs is 4339, and Bonnie Rickles was the 3rd person, and I'm afraid I don't have her last 4 digits.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and take your word for it that she's on here, and go ahead and go with your 10 minutes.
Thank you. The proposed ordinance and deletions and changes to the existing city medical marijuana code would allow the 10 medical marijuana dispensaries and the 4 associated cultivation facilities to build in a new location with no stated limits on the size of the new building. And this is specifically refers to the deletions of one of the sections in the existing code, which limits the size if a medical marijuana facility were to move from one location to another. Therefore, one can envision one or more marijuana megastores with adjacent cultivation facilities coming to empty lots in the city. If a legislative remedy is possible, the correction, assuming that this were to pass both council and the citizens, would be necessary to correct this error, what I perceive as an error. The additional tax revenue to the city is appealing, and marijuana users would like the convenience of closer stores. The city brought in about $300,000 for the most recent tax year from the medical marijuana stores. The city projects that tax revenue would increase to $1 to $1.5 million per year, a potential benefit. However, what are the costs of marijuana usage to the city and others? The Centennial Institute, in a November 2018 publication, estimated that for every dollar of tax revenue, there are $4.50 in economic and social costs. The major costs include health, productivity, crime, and traffic. And obviously some of those impact the city. There are environmental costs. Marijuana grow operations in greenhouses or warehouses use tremendous quantities of electricity, so much so that other states are trying to place limits on electricity usage by marijuana grows. They are also considering requiring low energy lighting or requiring regular reporting of use. In addition to that, a basement grow in a residence may, and these are obviously illegal grows, may have a $2,000 a month electricity bill. If you can scale that up to what a warehouse might have with 10 to 50 times the number of plants, you can understand why there might be incredible usage. A single marijuana plant can consume 6 gallons of water a day under the high intensity lights needed to maximize growth. An illegal grow uses so much water that mold often destroys the home. And as illegal basement grows are being found in Colorado, they're discovering that the homes basically have to be torn down. Colorado marijuana laws intended that there be no public marijuana consumption. The city of Denver has since passed laws allowing marijuana lounges. In the past, they also allowed open 420 celebrations in city parks. Lakewood City Code does not allow consumption in a medical marijuana dispensary, but given the aggressive approaches of the industry, how long before marijuana lounges would arrive here? Retail marijuana sales provide cover for illegal production and distribution. Recent busts by the DEA and other agencies show that there are extensive home grow operations in the Front Range of Colorado. The DEA estimates that there are 1,000 such grows along the Front Range. Each grow nets the owner millions of dollars per year. A Chinese cartel that runs many of these grow houses sends its profits back to China through a third party. The cartel then buys more houses with the laundered money. Through careful cultivation, the THC concentrations of marijuana have increased dramatically in the last 20 to 25 years. Data from 1995 and 2015 show that THC concentrations have increased from about 4 to 5% to 18 to 20%. Concentrated products often used in vaping and dabbing can be over 90%. The higher temperatures in dabbing produce known carcinogens. A 2015 sampling of 600 buds from sources in Denver averaged 18.6% THC with 0.1% CBD. The CBD to THC ratios have decreased to near zero. CBD appears to have a tempering effect on the THC, so the newer marijuana may even be more addictive. Marijuana is not safe, as the industry claims. The American Psychiatric Association lists cannabis use disorder, or CUD, in the DSM-5, the current edition of the Manual Defining Mental Disorders. Google CUD yourself. Cannabis-induced psychosis, or CIP, is another disorder. Google CIP. Cannabis use has been found to be associated with as much as 50% of cases of psychosis, schizophrenia, and related conditions. The old term reefer madness, an expression ridiculed by the modern industry, is real. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome is a condition where the heavy user has uncontrolled cyclic nausea and vomiting. Case histories show that it can be fatal through renal failure and other conditions. Google CHS. Treatment for it can cost several tens of thousands of dollars, and this is the same for psychosis and many of the other conditions. The industry argues that, yes, there are associations, but correlation is not causation. The research now defies that claim. The main biochemical mechanism is well known. The THC molecule replaces an important widespread molecule in the central nervous system called anandamide, or AEA. To cite just one concern of this substitution, AEA regulates neuronal growth in the developing brain from the fetal stage to about 25 years of age, when the brain is fully formed. A series of detrimental effects of this have been documented, including predilection towards mental health issues. Expectant mothers using marijuana, secondhand smoke in homes with children, and use by teens all increase and extend the exposure for the young brain. heavy use of progressively more concentrated THC, which is occurring nowadays, it creates more damage. Several national surveys have documented dramatic increases in use among youth 12 years of age and older, with the older age group 18 to 25 showing past month use of about 30%, and a substantial number of that 30% are daily users, which means they're addicted. Past and current multi-year studies of effects will likely underestimate the damage done by marijuana because THC concentrations have increased during the study periods. Many marijuana products are designed to attract underage youth, and advertising makes it even more attractive. In many places around town, anyone can pick up Westward, which has an extensive advertising for cannabis. The two tomes are out recently, Cannabis in Medicine and Cannabis Use Disorder. Google them. These two volumes contribute substantially to understanding the problem because they are well-documented compilations of current research. The first one, Cannabis in Medicine, has over 2,300 references among the many, many articles. This first one, Cannabis in Medicine, provides an overview of cannabinoid biochemistry and evaluates the impact of cannabis on various conditions and body organs and discusses the social and legal aspects of these findings. This volume shows that, quote, the science is growing more robust. Results described, quote, bring on a more urgent sense of individual and population damage. I expect that the City Council will pass this initiative onto the voters as they did in 2014. The marijuana industry will pour money into this campaign to pass this initiative, money that opponents cannot possibly match. I would like to see City Council members speak out publicly and often against this ballot question. Finally, Ramey Johnson is sponsoring an online marijuana summit September 9th and 10th from 9 to 11 a.m. On the 9th, experts from the Colorado DEA office, Smart Colorado, which has a youth focus, and HIDA, an anti-drug trafficking agency, will speak. On the 10th, expert from the Jeffco DA's office, the editor of the Cannabis and Medicine volume I mentioned above, and the director of the National Drug and Alcohol Screening Association will speak. This last person is an expert on the problems of cannabis use in businesses, especially small businesses.
30
Please
seconds.
contact Ramey.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Please contact Ramey at her city email for this Zoom meeting code for these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and so Mr. Otten, as well as 3 others, were on that with one that we did not know the last number. Anybody else in the queue wish to speak? Please press *9. Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment on item 13. Let's see here. Mayor Pro Tem, will you make a motion and we'll get that in and then we'll go to questions. I see Councilor Bita's hand is up. So
I move for the adoption of the citizen-initiated ordinance.
Second.
The motion is second, and just to be clear to the community, so there was a question of whether or not council can amend or change, and that is not how this works. Council can either adopt, which would be a yes vote, or no would say send it to the voters for an election, and then we'll have 2 other resolutions after that. So Councilor Bita, you are up. You are muted, sir.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to suggest that we vote no on this amendment, and that we go ahead and send it to the ballot for the voters of the city of Lakewood to decide. I would point out that approximately 5 years ago, this was on the ballot for recreational marijuana, and the citizens of Lakewood resoundingly voted no, that they did not want recreational marijuana in Lakewood. That was by citizen vote, by a ballot initiative that they voted down. Here we are 5 years later, and some citizens have asked that this be reconsidered, apparently thinking that maybe the citizens have changed their mind. Well, I, for one, do not want to try and guess or override what the citizens decided 5 years ago. And I think the only way we can know if they have changed their mind is to give them a chance to weigh in at the ballot box. So I would urge that we vote this portion down, that we not accept this initiative as written, and that we send it to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Abel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would concur with that for exactly the same reason. We have mixed success at recognizing the voter mandates, and recently, and I think that the citizens told us once no. We need to give them a chance now to say yes. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I do think that we need to go back to the citizens to see if they have changed their minds instead of having us change their minds for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Well, thank you. I, of course, support Councilor Beda, his reasoning. But there's a few other things I would just like to bring out about this initiative. One thing is, it has been mentioned, or it has been messaged that it's a citizen-initiated ballot initiative. That is actually not the case. The marijuana industry paid for the petitioners. I spoke with one. They were paid $20 an hour. And I'd also like to say that this particular petitioner was at King Soopers. And later, there was a sign posted at King Soopers stating, "These petitioners are on King Soopers property without proper permission. King Soopers is not associated with the petitioning activity. We apologize for any inconvenience that this may cause." And to be honest with you, the question could be asked, if the petitioners were on land without permission, are those signatures actually valid? Everybody seemed to question the strategic growth initiative, and I think, that this could be brought out as well. I'd also like to point out that the ballot title does not actually speak to recreational marijuana. And that's what this is about, is allowing legalized recreational marijuana in Lakewood. And of course, the voters turned this down once. The marijuana industries come back to the table because there's a lot of money on the table for them. And unfortunately, they get involved in donating to elections as well, which is unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Springsteen.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. I was just going to say that this is maybe an example of where I may not agree with every single thing that the voters vote on personally, but I'm going to respect the will of the voters and follow what they voted on anyway. And so because this vote was so recent and voters stated what they wanted, that's what I have to follow here and say, no, this should go to the voters again. I wish that others understood this when it comes to SGI, because it was a similar situation where we may not agree with every part of SGI, but we have to support the will of the voters. And so anyway, I would also just express some concern about the effect of the lobby, and that a lot of money was put into campaigns against certain candidates without the lobby maybe even ever having spoken with candidates about the issue. And so it's a very high money situation. And I'm always concerned when something goes forth based on a lobby and big money. And so that's a concern too. But I would also mention it is hard to level the playing field when you have that kind of money pouring in. But nevertheless, I think the main thing is, let's send it to the voters again. Let them decide. It's not for us to decide. It's for them to decide. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay. And I certainly would echo some of what we've heard tonight. I was on council when we sent the original question to the voters. So just to clarify, the original question was referred by city council and was not a citizens initiative. And so this is a citizens initiative with, I think, over 6,000 valid signatures, which was over the threshold. And certainly think that there is some measured tone to this, and it's smartly written. And I certainly hope that the community will engage and have conversations. There's a lot of data out there. You heard, I think, 6 different organizations mentioned about a summit, but there's a lot of other information out there through government resources that talk to this. So we'll certainly support the people having the opportunity to weigh in, and appreciate everybody's thoughtfulness so far in bringing this forward. And there will probably become a time, and I'll have Mr. Cox can maybe weigh in later, where there will be a threshold that council as a whole can't utilize time to spend on this, but we'll wait for that as we move forward and see what happens. But I'm certainly happy to send this to the people, let them decide, and again, thank everybody involved. Councillor Gutwein.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize in advance if there is noise in the background again at my house. Lots of things going on here at home. But anyway, I just wanted to also join this conversation and say that I'll be voting to send this to the ballot. I know there's been a lot of kind of comments about respecting the will of the people and who does and doesn't do that. And, you know, I just don't think that that's really the place to do that. Also, you know, absolutely the voters voted no on this. I wouldn't be comfortable completely overturning what the voters did. So I'll be sending it to the ballot. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Just to be clear, a yes vote would be to enact it as a body. A no vote would be to send it to the voters. So please cast your votes. And the citizen initiated ordinance fails 10-0, which means that we move to the next portion, which is item 14 and relatively item 15. So Mr. Cox, do you want to then speak to 14 and 15?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, judging by the arrows, I think everybody's comfortable with where we are on this. But just to be clear, as we go into these, the first one is to schedule an election based on the timeframes in the code once an ordinance has been referred to the voters by the council, which is what you've just done. So that item 14 would set the election for the date within the requisite time frame. And then item 15 is what authorizes the city to participate in a coordinated election run by the county, because we don't have a city election of our own at that time. So 2 items, housekeeping items, that are necessary to make the matter get on the ballot for the voters now that council has denied it.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, will you please read item 14 in the record?
Item 14, Resolution 2020-31, calling a special municipal election for November 3rd, 2020, to submit a vote of the registered electors of the City of Lakewood, a citizen-initiated ordinance regarding
Madam Clerk, you went on to mute when you were reading that. Could you reread that in the record?
Sure.
And I think you were maybe reading the wrong one, but yeah, item 14, please.
Item 14, Resolution 2020-31, calling a special municipal election for November 3rd, 2020, to submit to a vote of the registered electors of the City of Lakewood, a citizen-initiated ordinance regarding retail marijuana businesses.
All right, I'll now open the public hearing and open public comment on 2020-31. Again, that comment is just to the calling of a special municipal election. So if you wish to speak, please press *9. And once you do that, I will call on you and press *6 to unmute. Don't have anybody right now. Going once, going twice. All right, I'll close public comment on item 14 and ask Mayor Pro Tem Skilling for a motion.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-31.
Second.
The motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. So that passes 10 ayes and 0 nays. Madam Clerk, will you please read item 15 into the record?
Item 15, Resolution 2020-32, approving participation by the City of Lakewood in a coordinated election to be conducted on November 3rd, 2020 by the Jefferson County Clerk and Recorder.
Now open the public hearing on 2020-32. Anybody wishes to speak, please press *9 to engage and then *6 to unmute. I do not show anybody. All right, I'll close public comment and ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-32.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion amongst council? Okay, seeing none, please cast your votes. And that passes 10 ayes and 0 nays. Thank you all very much. Okay, so we will now ask the clerk to read in item 16.
Item 16, Resolution 2020-33, authorizing a second round of funding for the COVID-19 Impact Grant Program in the amount of $375,000.
Great. I'll just do a quick refresher on this. This was originally instituted by this body, goodness, I want to say in March or April, and the first round went out, and so this would be executing the second round of grants for $375,000 to our nonprofit providers, and there's some stipulations that surround that. So I will now open the public hearing on 2020-33 and ask that if you'd like to speak, press *9 and then *6 to unmute your phone. Okay, I'll close public comment. I'll ask for a motion and then we'll go into discussion and questions.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-33.
Second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Motion is second. Councilor Vincent, your hand is up. You used to
Yeah,
speak.
but it was to the marijuana and when we can talk about it. So would that be under general business?
Yeah, we can circle back if you like. We'll just, since we have a motion and a second on this motion. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
That's fine.
Okay. Councilor Abel.
There we go. I have no problem with this. I just wanted to ask if we're going to be provided an accounting of what each grantee has done with the funds. We have specifications as to what it can be used for and what it can't. And I just kind of like a look at what the first round was spent for and the second eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Hodson.
I can answer that. I thought we had distributed who received those funds in the past. If you'd like to, from the round one, if you'd like, we can distribute that again. And yes, as a part of the criteria of this whole grant program, phase 1 and phase 2, grant reports are required from the nonprofits receiving the funding. So we will see from the people who did receive those dollars, we will see how those dollars were used. That's a part of the criteria. And I believe we're going to follow the same format that we followed the first time. We received over $600,000 in requests the first time. So that gives us a sense for the fact that there's still a need there. And we'll just follow the same model, which is once this is approved, if it is approved, it'll go to, well, we'll do the request for action, the call for action, allowing people to submit their applications, and then it'll go to this group of citizens. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem Skilling is also on that group, and they provide an evaluation score on each of these requests and rate those. And the top several that gets us to the dollar mark are the ones that are awarded. And we'll come back and give you that information as well once that process is complete.
Okay. And a follow-up, Mayor?
Yes, please.
We do know from a Head Start meeting of a couple of weeks ago that a number of sources for those funds have been serving our Head Start families, and it has been very, very beneficial in tough times. So not that we want to check up on anyone. I think seeing who's getting the grants and what it's going for will be rather heartwarming, and we have too few heartwarming experiences on council. Thank you.
Of course, and we're happy to provide that.
And just as a side note, the first round are listed in the packet, so you'll be able to find those, but certainly the second round when that comes back to make sure council knows.
You got it. You got it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, let me just follow up on that because I am the council representative on that committee. And in our first round, we were very clear. And what was good about the first round is all the committee members, everyone was following the instructions very closely that if you were requesting these funds, they had to go for COVID-related purposes. We did get, quite a few applications that were not on their face COVID-related. So our decisions were made very clearly on what council wanted, which was addressing direct impact of COVID-19. And I think we did a good job the first time, and I look forward to meeting with the committee the second time as well. Hopefully we get a lot of applicants this time as well.
Councilor LeBeer.
Yeah, I was just double checking the packet. Is there a date, or do we have a general idea of when the applications will open up so we can tell community members or community organizations? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. Ms. Hodson,
I'm looking right now. I know the answer to that, but to make triple sure, if we can, I know Emily Andrews, who by the way has been the custodian of this program and has done an amazing job. Oh, and she's on screen. Perfect timing, Emily. Would you mind answering that question? It's around the timing that this program will be released to the public for round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Mayor, City Council. We'll be ready to go in 2 days.
Oh,
2 days. Okay.
Wow. Very good.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic.
Nice job, Emily.
Thanks. And there will be a question on the application if an applicant or whatever, someone will be applying for additional funds, if they've spent the funds, if they haven't, and why. And so it will be a very, very followed up grant application.
Good. Thorough.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, council, any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that passes 10 ayes and 0 nays. Great. Cruising right along. Okay, so we will now go to item 18, and I will ask the clerk to please read, this is a longer one, item 18 into the record.
Item 18, ordinance O-2020-22 concerning.
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We need to address item 17. I'm sorry for the extension. So Mayor Pro Tem, item 17.
Do you want me to read that into the record first?
Please.
Item 17, continued resolution 2020-23, authorizing allocations for 533 Van Gordon Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80228.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move for the continuance of resolution 2020-23 for a date certain of September 28th, 2020.
I second.
Okay, a motion is second. Any discussion? Councilor Abel.
Yes, I was wondering if when we do hear this, if we will have a roundup of the second quarter allocation report by then. At present, it's presented with the first quarter's allocation report. So will the second quarter report be available?
By September 28th, I believe it should be. So we'll do, I absolutely, I'll make sure that happens.
Any other questions? Okay, just to clarify, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes to continue this until September 28th. And that looks like that passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. All right, sorry, Madam Clerk, please, if you would read item 18 into the record.
Item 18, ordinance O-2020-22, concerning the refunding of a portion of certain outstanding certificates of participation, Series 2006A, and the financing of renovations to the Fox Hollow Golf Course irrigation system, and an annually renewable lease / purchase agreement between U.S. Bank National Association, solely in its capacity as trustee, and the city as lessee, approving the forms of certain related documents, ratifying action previously taken in connection therewith, authorizing a supplemental budget appropriation of up to $5,925,000, providing other matters relating thereto, and further declaring an emergency.
Great. Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on ordinance 2020-22 and just remind council and the community that we had a quick overview of this when we could still meet together. So that was early in the year, and this presentation is on Lakewood Speaks, so they cover a couple of different things. And you may question the need for the emergency, and the emergency allows this to go into effect right away, which allows the city to lock in the guaranteed interest rate going forward. Again, this is also dollars that come from our enterprise fund, which means that this is strictly based upon golf revenues to pay off the loan going forward. So this wouldn't come and couldn't come from the general fund due to the fact that it is an enterprise fund. So in the public hearing, and if anybody wishes to speak, please press *9 and then *6 on item 2020-22. Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll ask for a motion, and then we'll go to comments and questions from council.
I move for the adoption of ordinance 2020-22 on second and final reading.
Second.
Motion is second. All right, Councilor Bita. No, we can't hear you. You must be muted.
Try it again. Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you're good.
Okay. Are we going to have any kind of presentation at all, or are we just going to, because I have a question, I'm not sure who to direct it to.
Yeah, no, go ahead. We can try to get your question answered for sure. The presentation was the same. It's on Lakewood Speaks, but we can get your questions answered.
Okay.
And pardon me, Councilor Beat, in the meantime, can we get Brent on the screen, because he's the individual who will be able to answer questions.
Yep.
And I know he's in the background. So thank you. While you ask your question, we'll get him there. Thank you.
Okay. Well, my question was this: when we reviewed this back in February, I don't recall seeing anything in there about the Links lease being part of the. I guess it's part of the security for the loan, and so I'm just wondering what changed that required that. Was that part of the negotiations, or that seems to be a different element that I don't remember and didn't see in that discussion?
So, Ms. Hodson, I don't see Mr. Berenger. There he is. All right, he's on. So if you'd like to unmute, there you go. Good evening, Brent.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Did you hear this? Were you able to hear the question?
No, if you could repeat that, that would be
Okay,
great.
so the question was, in the original presentation, Councilor Beard did not recall seeing the link mentioned as collateral, but I believe there were 3 rec centers that were collateral, and on the refinance, there will only be 1. And so I think you wanted a little information on that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, the 3 recreation centers, well, it wasn't 3 recreation centers. It was the Charles Whitlock Recreation Center, Wilbur Rogers Center, and the Clemens Community Center. And those were used as collateral for another agreement that we had done previously. And so that's where the link comes in for this one, is now we can use the Link Recreation Center to accomplish this lease purchase agreement.
And can you give us a little more detail so we understand what's the collateralization by the Link Center? It's going to be a lease, as I understand it. Go ahead.
Correct. Yeah. And so we also have Corey Kalanick on the line. He's our representative from Sherman and Howard. And I'm going to ask him to join. I think he's going to be the best person to answer that specific question.
Okay.
Mr. Kalanick, good evening. You are unmuted, Mr. Kalanick. I see your picture. So, Mr. Kalanick, can you hear us? I see that you are set to go. You are unmuted and in the meeting.
Brent, is this something that Michael Lund can answer? Because I see he's on the line too.
I'm sure he can do a pretty good job of that as well. Yes.
Only because we can't get Mr. Kalanick to, he must be frozen or something, or whatever happens in cyberspace.
And I'll keep you posted. I've got a text message with him going, so I'll keep you posted if we get more information.
So, Mr. Lund, Lund, can you engage? Can you hear us?
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think the question was relating to the lease of the Link Center, and yeah, that is being used as the collateral for this lease. And Corey would probably be able to answer this better, but part of the reason was there are some restrictions on the golf course. Typically, well, first of all, banks, most investors do not necessarily place a lot of value on golf courses as a leased asset because it's not necessarily essential to the city's operations. But there also are some agreements there. I believe it's the Army Corps of Engineers where it really restricts the ability to lease portions of the golf course past certain terms. And so that is one of the reasons it goes back to more of an essential asset of the city.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That helps me understand why we're doing what we're doing. Thank you.
And in case we'd like to hear from Corey, he's dialed in now for public comment, and his last 4 digits are 9366.
All right, caller 9366, which is Corey. If you want to hit *6, you can weigh in.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. Michael was right on point with that answer in terms of the reasoning for moving the collateral. And generally in a sale or in a lease-leaseback transaction like this, there's a purpose and a need to match up the general value of the collateral to get it pretty close to the amount of the certificates of participation, or in this case, the base rental payments on the lease. And so the Link Recreation Center, the value for that is roughly matched with the overall amount of the certificates. That's just another addition to that.
And then how does it work? So then we lease it to a lender, and then the lender leases it back, and the income generated by the center is basically collateral for the loan. Is that right?
Yes, that's generally correct. So this is as I said, a lease-leaseback transaction. So there is a site lease that goes from the city to, in this case, a trustee. There is a trustee that collects the payments, and they flow through an indenture of trust. In this case, there are certificates of participation, and then the property is then leased back pursuant to the lease purchase agreement to the city.
All right. Thank you.
Councilor Abel?
Thank you. I might need a map of that lease purchase arrangement, or it sounds rather complicated. My concern, though, is that Fox Hollow is operated through an enterprise fund. Enterprise funds have restrictions on the use of their funds as well as the use of our funds and assets that can be put into the disposal of the enterprise fund entity. So how then can we pledge as collateral a building, the Link Rec Center, which is, and the lease, which is dependent on general fund, I would suppose? And that would seem to be mixing general fund with enterprise fund. Mr. Cox, I hope you can explain that to me.
I was actually going to ask whether Mr. Kalanick had addressed that in his preparations. He worked with Mr. Graham in our office, and I suspect they talked about that. Corey, do you have a response to that question?
We did talk about that initially when the structuring took place. And I do remember that this was an issue. Generally, these obligations are not general obligations of the city. So that's important to know. They are rather annual appropriation obligations, but we did work through that collateral issue, and there were no legal issues.
I don't really hear an answer to my question there.
I know that one of
the opinion says that we can do this. So can someone elaborate on that or give me some kind of legal basis for that opinion?
Well, what I can do, Counselor, is just working from the last time we dealt with a situation like this, the primary restriction, and I want to make sure I get this right, on an enterprise is that it cannot get more than 10% of its revenue from non-enterprise sources, for general fund sources. So I don't know if that's a factor in going forward with this. So I'm thinking about the arrangement, whether that would be implicated or not. Is that the provision you had in mind when you raised your question?
It's not just that we can only add 10%. We can't, I would think, if things came out on the sour end somehow, and our revenue just dissipated, then the link being collateral would be forked over to the lender and to settle a loan, to settle a debt from the enterprise fund entity. It just doesn't, I don't see how we can use something that's built and funded buy the general fund and use it as collateral for a highly restricted enterprise fund. Those, if it ever were to go into forfeiture, then we would be mingling general fund obligation and assets with the general fund, and it would be probably well more than that 10% we're talking about. So I'm just concerned about that. I wouldn't vote against.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I can provide just a little bit of light on your question. So unlike traditional loan financing, which would actually be secured by the property subject to a deed of trust, this is structured as a leaseback. And so what would happen in the event that you've described, a default effectively under the lease purchase agreement or an event of non-appropriation, would then be that the trustee, which is U.S. Bank, would have the ability to use the Link Recreation Center through the end of the term. And the end of the term is December 31, 2049. So at the end of that term, then the city would get back possession of that property. So I think there's a slight variation there.
It just sounds like it's being mingled to me. Asset for asset. So
I'm not sure, Counselor. I wish I could put your mind at ease. Again, this has been in the works for a long time with community resources and finance, and I assume that any conflict between enterprise funds and general fund had been addressed in that process. But I'm looking through the materials and I don't see a ready answer to that.
So earlier this evening and in the packet, we talk about other properties within the enterprise zone that have these types of collateralized or leaseback programs. So, I mean, I think there is precedent set by previously utilizing Whitlock or the Clement Center or the Wilbur Rogers Center, right? So those aren't enterprise centers, enterprise run. I would say with a good question of this depth, it would have been nice to have that prior to tonight to make sure that we had all the information for you so we could have addressed that.
I thought we were going to have a presentation tonight that might have covered it.
Okay.
And Mayor, if we made a mistake before with the other two centers, that doesn't mean that this wouldn't be a mistake. I would just like some kind of,
I appreciate that, and I believe...
and not all questions occur to someone 2 weeks in advance, Mayor. Oftentimes, when something's said or presented on the spur of the moment, there is a question that comes up. So I'm sorry, but the question needs to be answered no matter when I thought of it.
Yeah. Well, again, it's important that we have the right people on for these sorts of things. But I will say that we have some solid professionals in finance and banking and law who have brought this forward and vetted it. So I certainly have great faith in what we're doing is not illegal. And
I understand, but nonetheless,
history. Excuse me, sir. I have the floor. And
I believe you took over.
Excuse me.
Mr. Fox said you didn't see an answer in the document.
Councilor Abel, you are out of order, sir. I have the floor. Thank you.
That's not the order it was done, but whatever, Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate your
heavy-handed gavel
cooperation here. So I just would echo that this has been vetted through our legal and our finance and have a proven track record of multiple times where we've done different things along these lines. And so I have great confidence. And again, that's why we get our packets out so early to make sure that we can get these answered. Thank you. Councilor Abel, you can have the floor.
Well, I do think we have the experts there to answer it. Mr. Cox said he didn't see an immediate answer in the document. I would just like, we could go ahead and approve this tonight as long as we look at the question and come up with a suitable answer. Perhaps we might have to go back and correct something. But I don't want to leave this hanging out there just on the basis of, well, gee, we've done this before, so that makes it okay.
Councilor Abel, I'd like to be able to answer your question. I have sent a note to Mr. Graham to see if he happens to be available to talk about that issue as it came up in the process of negotiating this. Again, I think this goes back a long ways, perhaps originated under the prior finance director. I think it was. A lot of people have been involved, and the only issue that's ever been brought to my attention about the interplay between enterprise and general fund is the one we talked about with maintaining the enterprise status by limiting the revenue it gets from other sources. So I'm not really clear on what the question is, other than can we do it without harming enterprise, the status of the enterprise? And I'm afraid I'm just not in a position to answer that based on my limited knowledge of this transaction.
Thank you. Any of the other attorneys present would like to address that with something a little more firm?
Mayor,
Yeah, I mean, I will.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Corey.
I was just going to say, with respect to your question, I don't see any enterprise issues that are created. I don't, this transaction certainly does not threaten the status of the enterprise. These questions don't raise any concerns in my mind that would threaten us giving our validity opinion on these obligations. So, we're willing to move forward with closing and issue our validity opinion.
Okay, I feel a little bit better with that. I know I'm not going to get a guarantee, but thank you.
Thank you, Corey. That is, of course, the reason for the opinion letter from Sherman and Howard. So we'll rely on that as our guidance going forward.
Ms. Hodson, you were going to weigh in.
I was just going to mention, we also have Holly Borkland, on the phone as well. And I know she tells me this is a pretty standard practice in Jeffco. If you want her to elaborate on that, she can. She is pretty new to this, so she's walking in kind of midstream. But Holly is online, our CFO, if you'd like to get her response.
No, I'll go with the responses I've gotten. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bita?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
So I think in my mind, the issue that Councilor Abel has raised, if I can be more, be succinct on it, is the idea of pledging an asset of the city for an enterprise zone debt, which is the enterprise zone being something apart and separate from the city. It's a separate entity. But we're pledging, as I understand it, a city asset for another debt. And I think that's the real concern here. It's not so much protecting the enterprise zone as it is protecting the city and its assets. And I think that's the question. And I think it helps me when I understand it's actually the lease payments that are it's not actually the asset itself. It's not the building. It's not the facility. It's the lease payments that are actually the collateral. And I think that makes a difference. And I also was kind of thinking we were going to have a presentation, because I had read this thing several times, and it was a little, I don't know about the rest of you, but it was a little confusing to me exactly what we were doing. So I apologize for not coming on with this sooner, but I had anticipated, as did Councilman Abel, that we were going to get some sort of presentation that I thought might clarify it. So, but I'm comfortable with it now, knowing that it's really just the lease payments as opposed to the asset itself. I think that does make a difference. So, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Councilor Abel? Councilor Abel, your hand was up.
Thank you. Yes. I think that's a satisfactory answer from Mr. Bita. I'm having trouble hitting the right buttons here. But yes, I think that's satisfactory. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Ms. Hodson?
Can I just speak to the presentation question? We do put the presentation on Lakewood Speaks. And once you've reviewed that, and if you do have questions after reviewing the presentation, please let me know so that staff can help answer the questions or can better understand what maybe we're not communicating very well through the presentation. So the idea is if the presentation is done on Lakewood Speaks and all of council review that presentation, it would just be redundant to do it again in the same format because they're both just on screen. So please, in the future, if we messed up or if we forgot something or we need to spend more time clarifying an issue after you watch Lakewood Speaks, we're more than willing and happy to make that statement or presentation subsequently at the city council meeting. So help us be better at this, if you would.
Thank you. Councilor Springsteen?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of Councilor Abel for bringing up those important issues and for bringing them up in public where the public can hear what the ideas are and the concerns are of councilors. And I don't think that there's any call to be critical of councilors for bringing up important questions on behalf of their constituents. That is our job. Thanks.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, remind me, do we have a motion on the table?
We do.
We do? Okay, so motion and a second. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes. Okay, and that passes 9 aye, 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Springsteen. And therefore there is a supermajority which will meet the requirement for an emergency ordinance. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please read item 19?
Item 19, ordinance O-2020-23, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2020-2021 City of Lakewood Annual Head Start Grant in the amount of $96,669 in funds distributed by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Children and Families from Office of Head Start.
Great. I'll now open public comment on this ordinance. If there's anybody that wishes to speak, please press *9, then *6. All right, I'll close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll ask for a motion.
I move the adoption of ordinance 2020-23 on second and final reading.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, that passes 10 ayes, 0 nays. Okay. So back to general business. Ms. Vincent, you had a question that related to kind of ballot issues in general for Mr. Cox.
Yes, Mr. Cox, when is it that, or at what time frame does council kind of go neutral on speaking from the dais and et cetera on ballot initiatives?
Yes, thank you. So we're talking about the Fair Campaign Practices Act that restricts the ability of public entities, public officials, public employees to advocate for a ballot question, a candidate, or what have you at an upcoming election. And as I recall, the language used both in the statute, which we followed for many years, and now in our own campaign finance ordinance, is that once the ballot title has been set, then the restrictions take effect. And yet that when it's been interpreted in the past, it has not been your action tonight by sending the matter to the ballot and approving the resolution. That hasn't been the ballot setting time as we've looked at it. But as we get further into the process, there are several steps along the way where the ballot gets the language of the ballot gets fixed for all the questions that are on there. I don't know if Michelle has anything to add to that as in terms of the steps in the timetable, but it is not at this point that the restrictions take effect. But we'll have to get back to you and give you a more precise date unless Michelle has a thought on the next steps in the process.
No, we could put together a timeline for you. I know the ballot content, we certify that on September 4th, which is a Friday.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's when we've also done a do's and don'ts sort of chart or memo that we'll update for this year, and that will have the time points when the restriction would take effect.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
So, Mr. Cox, while we're looking at that too, you know, it sometimes goes down to expending, I think, city resources, which has to do, it used to do with Channel 8 or things like that. Yeah. Now, council can take an official yes or no position, right? They have that ability. But if we are going to be hosting, I mean, I guess within this virtual world, and if you're using the Zoom platform, which is the city's platform, how does that work that there's a balance rather, you know what I'm saying? Rather than, I mean, how do we have to navigate that now that we're in this world?
Yeah, I can tell you the legislature has not updated the statute to reference Zoom in any way, shape, or form, nor have we with our ordinance. But you're absolutely right that things have changed now. And there are other ways to influence the outcome of elections. You're correct. The whole point is the use of city resources, public resources, to promote a candidacy or a ballot question, or to oppose one, of course. We have run into the situation in the past where we've been asked to try to define what is an expenditure. Obviously, putting money, donating money to a campaign, or spending money on other resources for a ballot question, direct expenses like that are covered, but the law is intended to cover a number of other scenarios. But there are also some exceptions. One of those is that the council can, using its ordinary resolution process, take a yes or no position on a ballot question and then promote it through the normal channels that you would with a resolution. Individual council members on their own time, and public employees for that matter on their own time, are allowed to speak out on their opinions on a ballot question. And there are a couple of other things. There's the small monetary limit that even if accidentally public funds are spent, but it's less than $50, that has been a factor at times before. So when we ran into this the previous time, it had to do with a more conventional city council meeting at which a council person spoke up on behalf of a candidate in an upcoming election, and an alleged fair campaign practices violation occurred. We went to a hearing, and one of the things that came out of that was that an administrative law judge in that case, when things were handled at the state level, was unable to quantify what public resources were used for those few minutes when that person was talking about that candidacy. You know, the lights were on, and there were people running the audio video equipment, and there were other sort of tangential expenses. But the judge was unable to say, I think the value of that time was X dollars. We don't take a lot of comfort in that throughout the municipal law community, because there will be a case that will come along that has different facts, but clearly there's a use of public resources in a way precluded by a local or state law. So we, as always, urge extra caution to say, be careful about when and where you speak about something having to do with the upcoming election, because if you are in your official capacity, if city resources of some kind are being used for that, it could potentially lead to a violation. And even if it doesn't lead to a determination of wrongdoing, it's an expensive and embarrassing process, and we'd rather have you all avoid that if we possibly can.
Cool. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate the concern and thought, especially by Councilman Vincent or Councilwoman. The seminar, I think, is what you're driving at. It is an educational seminar. It is will be using no public resources. It's designed for people to ask questions and have their concerns talked about. People need to be educated, and I certainly invite all of you who have concerns or thoughts to please join that. You too can ask questions and get your thoughts out there, your concerns answered. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent?
Yeah, I wasn't referring to that at all, Councillor Johnson. It was a very generic question. I've had a lot of questions, and I've had a lot of people who want Jacob and I to take a position and to prod us into saying something. So it was a generic question. It wasn't about your seminar at all. But thank you.
Okay, so we have 4 council request forms of varying varieties tonight, and in my packet I have number 1. My first one is from Councilors LeBeer and Gutwein, so I'll turn it over to you two.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council and everybody who's online today, residents. I don't have a long statement or thing to say about this. I just kind of wanted to briefly mention, as all of you know, we used to have signs that would welcome you into Lakewood as you drove in or rode in, however you got to Lakewood, acknowledging that we were building an inclusive community. And, I just think with sort of difficult times that many of our residents and many of us are experiencing in Lakewood and Colorado, around the country and the world for that matter, this is low-hanging fruit for us to take a look at restoring that signage that welcomed all residents from all walks of life into Lakewood. And I think we've heard from our residents, we've heard from different members of our community that many people feel on the defensive in Lakewood. So I think, taking a look at restoring those signs that welcomed residents into and acknowledge that we were building an inclusive community, I think would be, again, low-hanging fruit. And I think it could also serve as a potential catalyst for a larger conversation about how we could actually work policy-wise to build that more inclusive community. And, I don't know what it's like to be a person of color or a minority in my community, but I do know what it feels like to be treated a little bit like the other on some levels. I've heard it from even a resident today who told me that townhome owners and renters are transient in nature. I reject that line of thinking. I think many people want to call Lakewood home, and many people who call Lakewood home are just as much a resident and welcomed as anybody else. And this is a small, low-hanging fruit way of starting that conversation and re-acknowledging that desire to build that inclusive community. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Ms. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor LeBeer. I think that was really well said. And I don't have too much to add here. I think I just want to say, this really came to us from the community, and both of us had a lot of questions about what happened to the signs. In fact, when they first came down, I had a few people reach out asking if there was a way they could buy them, which of course they couldn't do. But I think that it just shows that message has come to mean a lot and mean something important to a lot of different people. We heard some really heartfelt messages about, using it as a way to teach their kids, or an example that we're working towards, or just kind of this sentiment and goal and value that we all share in ensuring that, every resident in Lakewood matters and every voice counts. I think that, to me, I think it was kind of an unintentional thing that happened, that the signs came down. I don't think it was on purpose in any way that, an intentional message. But I think that, you know, in light of kind of this profound moment that we're in the middle of as a country, I think this is a really important time, and that our words and our messages to our community really matter. And I think that, you know, we have a real opportunity to make a difference here and just ensure that everybody feels like they matter here. I agree with Jacob. I hope that it leads to further conversations down the road. But I hope that we can all agree to get those signs back up. And I also just want to let you know, and I'm sure that our city manager can weigh in on this, but I don't believe it will have a significant cost associated with it to get the signs put back up. And is that fair to say, Ms. Hodgson?
Yeah, I can cover that if you'd like. Right now, Mayor, is that appropriate?
Please.
Okay, so the signs that were taken down and were replaced with those monument signs that say, what do they say now? Welcome to Lakewood, All America City, those kind of things. There's 3 different models of those. And so there are 13 signs that were taken down that said, welcome, we're building an inclusive community. Those signs we're thinking about 20 years old or maybe older than that. It was as a result of an effort by the National League of Cities, forgive me. So there were 13 signs that were taken down, and there were 13 signs that were put in their place. One model, there were 5 of one model, the bigger model, there were 3, and the larger model, 5. So together that makes 13. The cost per sign, if we put all 13 back up, we're thinking that would cost a little less than $2,000 total. And those signs would be created in-house. So they would be created by our staff and also put up by staff, by the public works staff. If they were done independently. So if the signs were put up separate from the monument signs that are up, the newer signs, if we put a placard on the monument signs, it would be much more expensive and the signs would be much smaller because of the size of those signs. And that would have to be managed by a contract. So that would just be a higher price. So it's probably advisable to look at options where our own public works staff can create and place those signs. Make sense? And I'm gonna, this is really hokey pokey, but I happen to have a copy of it just to remind everybody what we're talking about. Is this helpful? That's a little hokey, but those are the signs that were up. Did you see that? 13 signs all throughout the community that were taken down, I wanna say 2 or 2.5 years ago.
And I would say that was part of the rebranding, that some on this council probably were part of that decision. And I think that certainly wasn't we want to get rid of those. I think it maybe was an afterthought that wasn't part of that rebranding. And Councilor Gutwein and I actually spent some time with former Mayor Steve Burkholder today, who was the one that started to get those up. And it came from some Southern mayors who were really dealing with some challenging issues that we're still dealing with. And one of the mayors said, we kind of have this open invite to, I think it was the Sons of the Confederate or something along those lines. And he said, I want to change that to welcoming people to something different, to something more inclusive. And so that's kind of some of the groundwork. And there've been some different discussions today, certainly about those signs and what does that look like. But also, is this an opportunity for the community to maybe weigh in and refresh that saying down the road, right? Or to have our youth weigh in, or our LAC, not necessarily on just re-putting up signs, but refreshing that message or coming up with something different or more meaningful to people today. So I talked with Councilor Gutwein about that. I didn't have a chance to talk to Councilor LeBeer, but those conversations were happening too. So I have Councilor Abel, and then Johnson, and then Beta.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand what the councilors were meaning by at this point in time, but at any point in time, we're decades and decades late with these signs. And I believe these concerns were mentioned when we rebranded. $2,000 is a very small cost to light a fire under the, it's probably not a good analogy, but to get the ball rolling again and make some real change in society. These are just a motto that's being put up, but it's meaningful. And I think it's a great step. So I'd support it, and I would support going with it now as opposed to sending it to the advisory committee.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, or I forget, Councillor Johnson or Beta, whoever. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Okay. Well, you've answered a lot of the questions that I actually had about this. Mayor, I actually agree with you that I think that this was one of those things that should go to the Lakewood Advisory Committee and to look at a refresh message. When I was looking at that, I thought, who did pick the message? And you've answered that. But we don't have to stick with that. Why not say a caring community? I think that's a nice message as well. But I also have to say, we are in a COVID environment, and we are looking at every single penny we're spending. Right now, I would support sending it to the LAC, but I would not support the cost to put them up. And I actually agree with you, Mayor, that the community needs to weigh in and see if there's a refresh for the message. Thank you.
Councillor Beta, then Councillor Springsteen.
Thank you, Mayor. First, let me say I support, I appreciate, and I am proud of Lakewood's current inclusive community. I think that's evidenced by the fact of some of the comments we received today, not only on public comment, but in the emails that people have said the reason they moved here to Lakewood and the reason they live here in Lakewood is because it's an inclusive community. So I think that proves exactly my point. We are inclusive. I grew up in this community from the time I was a small boy. I played sports. I went to school with kids of all different backgrounds right here in Ward 3. There were different ethnic, socioeconomic, and religious backgrounds. I have seen Lakewood change and grow over the years to an even more inclusive community than it was back in the 50s and 60s. Ward 3 is one of the most diverse and inclusive communities in Lakewood. If you don't believe me, just go down any evening to the Weir Gulch trails along West Kentucky Drive that lead into Belmar Park. You will see folks, everything from people riding horses, riding bicycles, joggers, walking, young parents pushing strollers with their children, skateboarders, scooters, people of all different ages and backgrounds up and down that trail. And that's right here in Ward 3. Go into Belmar itself and see the diversity of people living just in Belmar, not to mention the rest of the ward. We've got people in multi-million-dollar homes and everything in between to living in the trailer parks. And so we've got a very diverse and inclusive community right here in Ward 3. And the only one that I could say that probably has us beat by just a little bit is Ward 2. It's even more inclusive than 3 and more diverse. I'm proud to have been elected by such a diverse community, who daily work together, play together in our parks, send their kids to school together, to be together. They shop together, they worship together. That's Ward 3. That's our community. And I know that this agenda item was submitted with the very best of intentions. I have no doubt about that. However, I do believe that people in my ward do not need to be reminded by a sign of their inclusiveness because they live it each and every day. In fact, I think it might even be insulting to them for this council to arrogantly believe that we have to remind them of their duty to be inclusiveness. I think that's overkill. So if a sign really, such a sign is needed in other wards, I'm willing to consider it for other wards, but I do not really believe it's needed, and I don't believe it's needed in my ward. Aside from the added cost, this council previously determined an entirely appropriate welcome message for Lakewood, and we have it at all of the entrances to the city. For example, I don't know if you've seen the welcome sign at the entrance of the city at Alameda and Sheridan, but that's a good example of what we have, which includes both Ward 2 and Ward 3, the two most inclusive wards. It's very welcoming, it's dignified, it's all inclusive. It's very simple. It just says "Welcome to Lakewood," and it uses the red stone, the native red stone with the blue lettering that's chiseled in, and it's very dignified, very elegant, and I think it's clear. The message is clear. It's about as friendly as it can be. It excludes no one. It implies, by saying "Welcome to Lakewood," it implies that everyone is welcome here. And I don't think anything else needs to be said but that. So I'm opposed to doing this. I know it was with good intentions and people with the heart in the right place, but I think you have to really think about what you really are saying. And I don't think our people need to be reminded. They live their inclusive values every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Springsteen, and then it looks like Councillor Gutwein.
Hi there. I just wanted to weigh in and say that we are in this state of current events of justice reform and Black Lives Matter and concerns about racism in our communities, and anything we can do to support inclusivity, I think we should be trying to do. And if people are concerned about this, I think it's a valid concern. To live a truly inclusive community, in part, we have to look at how to improve our policies in the city and our police department, and to be inclusive with how we patrol our cities of homeless people and people with mental health issues and substance abuse issues, and where and how we treat people with human rights and dignity and respect. And one such example that I have brought up on council every week, and nobody has weighed in on up to this point, is the use of ketamine on people. That has become a very big issue in light of Elijah McClain's 1-year anniversary of his death on Sunday. And this is something that is being reviewed by the Department of Health. There's headlines on it every day. It's used, this policy is used more often on people of color, and that's something we have to talk about and address. And so I guess what I would say is, if we're going to talk about inclusivity, let's talk about it in our actions and not just in words. As a Hispanic person myself, I see that our Hispanic population is growing in the city. I've heard we have a 40% Hispanic population. And I feel that a lot of those people are not being heard. And that is my goal, to make them heard. So as far as inclusivity goes, that's part of it. How do we make everybody heard? This is a diverse city, but it's not a diverse city government. And so if we're going to have inclusivity, it has to be in spirit and on signs and in every possible way that we can think of. Thanks.
Councillor Gutwein. Then Councillor LeBear.
Thank you. I really appreciate everyone engaging on this conversation. I think that's part of the importance of this. In fact, and as Mayor Paul mentioned, we had a chance to have a phone call with former Mayor Steve Burkholder, and that was kind of one of the main points, was to make sure that we continue to discuss race and equity and all of those issues and continue to make progress and set ourselves to a standard. And I also want to agree with Councillor Springsteen that we should put the signs up, but that it can't end there. I think that that's where we need to, perhaps that's something that, like Mayor Paul suggested, we could send, have LAC, or who knows what the next step is going to be. But I agree that, a sign is one thing. It's an important thing. I really believe it's an important thing. And I really believe, racism is clearly alive, not just in our country, but it's in all of our neighborhoods. We can see evidence of it on Nextdoor regularly. It's a challenge that we're still dealing with. So, I think we should get the signs up. I'd like to ask for your support in doing so and get consensus, if we could get consensus to go with the cheaper route, and then a second track of a longer conversation, perhaps to LAC, or we can continue to discuss what that will look like, because I think you're right that we need to do both.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBear.
Just going to echo what Councillor Gutwein said, and just say, I'd like to move forward with the signs, the cheap option, or the affordable option for now, and then continue to have a much broader conversation about how we actually live up to what we're saying. And I think Councillor Springsteen mentioned some good points with that, and I think this will help be a catalyst for a broader conversation. And that's where I'd leave it. Hopefully you'll support it. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a process question. Tonight, this is a general business item, request for consideration. Are we voting tonight to actually take an action, or are we voting, getting consensus to take this to the next step? And then what would the next step be? A resolution that would come forward? It's a small appropriation. Would it be a resolution? What would the next step be if the council said, yes, this is a good idea, let's move forward with it as requested? What does it look like going forward, process-wise?
Well, typically, as you've commented, Mayor Pro Tem, these items at the end of the agenda are introduced to find out if there's a desire to take it forward to an action item in the future, as opposed to it being an action item itself. Now, I would turn to City Manager Hodson, just in terms of funding and authority to carry this out. I mean, if we were talking about speed limit signs or stop signs, there wouldn't be a discussion at council about that. It's a program, so it's more than just the erection of signs in various places around the city. So if it were that, I think we'd be saying your consensus, if gathered, would be enough to move it to action. But Kathy, I don't know if you have any concerns about whether there needs to be an action item because of the nature of the signs.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, this is something that the public works staff does on a regular basis, is they have the ability to create and erect signs. So they know how to do this. It's just a matter of, if you want to go straight to that and direct us to do that, it's a shifting of priorities for staff. I do know, I was answering a question earlier, and I know that public works staff is down a whole lot of folks because of the vacancy issue. So I don't know of the time frame for that, and it is a shift in priorities. But we would want to talk about location. Is it assumed that these signs are going to go right next to the newer monument signs that are welcome to the city of Lakewood? Is the wording going to be the exact same as I showed a little bit earlier? Is that the idea? And yeah, so we would just need a little more specificity before we went forward. But because it really is a pretty low cost, it's just a matter of shifting priorities to have staff do that. Yeah.
And so, okay, so I think I sense there's a consensus to get the signs up. And that's I certainly support that. I want to be clear. I mean, mine was paralleled though. I think we can look at that. I do worry a little bit. I mean, we went through this whole design. So how can we incorporate them, hopefully make them look nice? Do we put them, I mean, because they're going to be different now. If we just go with the cheapest option, they don't go on that placard. But I think that this is just the start. And the secondary part is what I was trying to articulate is a further conversation that engages the community as to, what does that really mean? What is that foundation there? And does that whole saying need a refresh, or does that whole saying need something that means more to Lakewood and is central to Lakewood and our ethos, and probably should be further adopted in our core community values as a council, right? So I think, how that happens or where that goes, I don't want to just punt it to LAC and say, you guys figure that out, because it sounds very personal to this council. But I am hearing that there is consensus on at least the signage. And so I'm getting those back up. Am I getting a consensus on that? I heard, Councilor Bita supportive, but not quite on this one. Councilor Johnson's not. But everybody else, I think I'm getting a sense that they are on the signs. Can I get shakes the heads? Okay, thank you. So there is that consensus. And so, Ms. Hodson, how does that need to be, so I guess, is that 13 signs one everywhere, or do we make those blend in a better way? Or do we not micromanage this and just tell staff that this is something we want to see and come back with a plan that can try to incorporate the best way that you see fit?
So are you saying, Mayor, you want the language to be the same as the language I showed? So it's the welcome, we are building an inclusive community. The Partnership for Working Toward Inclusive Communities is a program of the National Civic League of Cities, and it has their website, and it has their logo, and it says National League of Cities. Do you want that exact same sign? No.
Well, I can't speak for everybody. I thought it was just welcome to Lakewood. We're building an inclusive community. I don't think we can reference back at this point. I don't have enough info on where that program is now that you just referenced, but at least welcome to Lakewood. We're building an inclusive community is what
So this is really where we need the direction. What do you want those signs to say? We don't want to guess. So it sounds like you don't want this attributed to National League of Cities, but you'd like them to be the white background with the blue language and the same size. The sizes were 36 inches. They were large, very large signs, 36 inches by 30 inches or 48 inches by 36 inches. So that's, what is that, like 3 feet by 2.5 or 4 feet by 3 feet. So those are pretty large signs. And evidently we made both of those, and they were put in 13 different locations. So there's just a couple of things that we need answered. Do you want to go with the same size? And what about the location? Should we put them near the entrance, the 13 entrance signs? I'm assuming we're not taking the other newer signs down.
No, heavens no.
So how do you want those to look? Near each other, next to each other? How, right?
Yeah, well, I would prefer just to say, welcome to Lakewood, we're building an inclusive community, and let our public works and staff figure out how to make this sign and what it should look like. That's me, but Councilor Franks has had her hand up for a while, and I know she wants to weigh in.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I think you echoed some of the sentiments that I had. I think that we've heard from the community that it's important for them to see the message. And so I would like to take personally the approach of staff to come back with the maybe the smaller size sign, a couple key or maybe even 4 key points to put that up, just to really get the ball rolling. That kind of sets the stage, and then really revisit that. Because again, if we decide to refresh the message, we decide to change it in some way, I think it does 2 things. It resets and lets the community know it's something we all care about, but we're not expending an undue amount of funds. We're maybe finding 4 key places to put that. We can highlight that, those of us counselors, and we don't need to spend a ton of time, because if we send it to LAC for a deeper investigation, we may be able to come up with some ideas that we haven't even thought of here. So I was confused tonight just because it was on a legislative modification form. And so I wasn't sure what legislation we were adjusting. So I do apologize. I just was waiting for there to be some legislative direction for the city manager. This sounds like maybe it should have more been on the operational priorities form, and then allowed staff to kind of present to us how they could fold it in. So just a lot of thoughts there on how we might be able to proceed. Thanks.
So I have Councilor Vincent, Gutwein, and LeBeer.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to echo a lot of the same things that Barb said, so I won't repeat those. But I do have a concern. We did vote on signage and spent quite a bit of time on that. So if we could get something that would blend in or look good with all of that, that would be my preference too. And I don't know that we've agreed on 13 signs. I had no idea about that.
Thank you. Councilors Gutwein and LeBeer.
Thank you, everyone. I think that, the important thing is getting the signs back up. I think that the language that we described that's the key point. We are built welcome to Lakewood. We're building an inclusive community. And then in terms of the number and the size and exactly where they are and how they fit, I think that I would really appreciate if staff would be able to come up with a way that would look good and would make sense. I think that's probably the best thing to do. I don't want to, determine like, are they in front or next to and stuff like that. I think would that be possible first?
Sure, that's possible. The more direction we can have, just the better, because we're hearing some diversity in terms of opinion. There may be a ward that said they don't want them in their ward. So I don't want to leave so much up to staff that we're just kind of guessing and then not hitting it just right. So, maybe the answer is we do them differently or in a different location than the 13 signs that are up now. And somehow we figure out where those key places would be. If everyone agrees on the language and maybe the smaller signs, that's helpful for staff to know. We just need a little direction. You're asking for additional signs to be made and then saying, just kind of use your judgment. But then,
well, okay, I apologize.
Yeah,
I apologize. I think that closer to getting the signs back up, I don't want to have it like you can have them in some wards and not another. I think we got consensus as a council, and we had some representatives from that ward that want them and some that don't. And it's a message from our whole city. So maybe to just keep it simple, it would be putting them all at the same 13 locations that they were at before, just to keep it simple. My goal was to just not make it more complicated. But now I understand that leaving that open, I can see that. So I guess that would be my opinion, and I'm curious to hear what everyone else has to say.
So Counselor LeBear. Counselor Abel, your hand was up and then it went down. Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, I just think that we're overthinking this. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Agreed. Counselor LeBear, and then I have Counselor Beat and then Counselor Franks. And
I was just going to say the same thing. I think if we need a lot of specific direction from each individual counselor. It seems like maybe you could reach out to each individual counselor and ask, but I don't want to micromanage it. I wrote it in a very specific way. I said repost the signs, and that basically implies, I think, the same locations, probably the same type of signage and size and all that. So, but if we need a lot of further direction, maybe there's another way that isn't going to each counselor during this meeting. I don't know what that looks like, but that's a suggestion I would have.
Counselor Franks and Counselor Beta.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just wanted to maybe offer to Councilors Gutwein and LeBure that maybe this might be good because, we don't want to put staff in a position where then they're picking the locations and then that causes. So would you guys be amenable to kind of maybe reaching out and coming back with a modified plan that basically indicated, some of the locations, because again, some of the signs now are more monument signs, so maybe not, appropriate for something just kind of be sticking up around that. So maybe take a look at where they all were and then kind of working through that and bringing us back a plan. I think you could maybe turn that fairly quickly. And I just wanted to offer that as a way to kind of move this forward and certainly get the best result.
That would be fine with me.
Okay, Counselor Beta, then Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that, things have changed a little bit from when these signs were up. It's not, you don't have the same environment. And we do have, for example, the one I mentioned over there right off of Sheridan and Alameda, for those that haven't seen it, that's a work of art. I mean, it's a beautiful monument. It's a welcome to Lakewood and everything, of those that haven't seen it. And so I think you have to be very concerned about just slapping some sign up there that's going to really detract from the thought that went into this beautiful piece of art that's sitting there now. And that's something that's new. That was done as we redid that Alameda corridor. And there may be other places in Lakewood where that things have changed as well. That's the one I'm familiar with. And so I would, if we're going to do this, I'd like to at least have some thought go into it from the aesthetic standpoint of what's it going to look like, how, so we're not detracting from something that was, that was done, that this council approved. When I first got on council, we had this discussion on signage and we made some changes and all that. So if there's a way, and maybe Councilor Frank's idea is come back, maybe talk with each of the individual councilors, and we could have some input as to what's going to be put in, like the one on Alameda and Sheridan there, what that's going to look like, and some suggestions from our staff as to how to do that in a way that's not going to detract from what's been done. So I think there needs to be a little more thought to just say, well, put up the signs, put them up and be done, especially in those areas where there's been changes now. So it's just not that simple. That's all.
Counselor Johnson.
In listening to all of this, there's so many good ideas, but it has occurred to me that there's also interest at looking at maybe at some point a different message. And it seems expensive to put up signs and then go back and say, is this really reflective of our community, and then redo it again. I guess I would support taking another look at what the message is and then go forward with it. Thank you.
Well, you know, so we have a few different suggestions. And again, the consensus is the same. It's frustrating a little bit because a lot of times we're told, don't micromanage. And so it's like, here, you know, we trust you to go do the best that we can. And then it's like, well, we need better direction. And with 11 of us trying to put up signs, it doesn't lend itself to everyone saying, I want it here, I want it like this, I don't want it here. And Councilor Beta is lucky. He has one of the nicest monument signs in the community, right? And that Alameda corridor is beautiful. A lot of them don't. So I know it's frustrating for Miss Hodson because it's a catch-22 also, right? You are told to do one thing and then you don't do it. So I understand, but I really think there's a lot of faith in staff to say, hey, we get the gist of what we want, and we, you know, let's come up and say it might not, it could be a little, it doesn't have to be a huge sign. So I know your hand is up, Ms. Hodson, so please.
I just want to respectfully push back just a bit, and that is the planning staff did come in front of City Council with a whole new signage plan, and we spent some significant time designing that plan and presented that to you as a council, and that included removing the inclusive signs. And I understand that people maybe didn't quite catch that. So, but this was a replacement of those older signs. So maybe you can see why I'm a little hesitant to make a decision because of the way this has come back as, oh my gosh, those signs got taken down. And I can understand that there was apparently a miscommunication, but I do believe in this case, when City Council is saying we want some signs to say this back in these places, I want to make sure that we're doing what we're asked so we don't have this situation again, where we put up the signs and then we've done it in error. So, you know, it's not real common. It's not real common to have City Council direct staff to put up signs, and I think this is fine. Staff just needs to have that direction, and using our discretion doesn't feel right to me. So we replaced those signs, and we talked to City Council about it, but then heard no, you shouldn't have taken those down. So I just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing, and this is the last time we have to do this, and that it doesn't look like we're just kind of dealing in chaos. So that's all I'm saying is just please give us some direction so I can tell the public works staff, we want to do 13 signs. We want them to look exactly like they did in the past, minus the League of Cities part. And we're going to put them in the same place at the same size. Say that to us and we will go and do that. It'll take us a couple of weeks to do that. If you don't want that and that feels like sign clutter, then maybe putting a plan together and, as Councilor Frank said, you know, and talk it through and see where else do you want them if you don't want them next to the monument signs. So I'm sorry to ask for that information, but I'm afraid that if we do it wrong, it's just going to come back and this is a pretty specific thing. And we're really talking about, frankly, a pretty profound message in our society right now, as Councilor Gutwein said, and I agree. So I want to make sure we do it right. So that's my pushback.
Thank you. Councilor Gutwein, bring it home.
Well, I'll try. Thank you that for everybody. So I am more than happy to help come up with a plan. But I think that the simplest, cleanest way to move forward is to just re-put the signs back up. And what I mean by that is at the same places where they were, the same size, just change the message. It can be at a certain, at a distance so that it's not next to the beautiful monument sign, but at the same basic place. And I apologize. I was certainly one of the people on council. I did not understand that the building an inclusive community sign was going to come down. I didn't understand that, and that's on me. But so I would suggest that we do that. If there's consensus to do that, then we can move forward with the other things we have on our plates. If there's not, then I will absolutely volunteer to work with Jacob and come up with an alternative plan. But could we get consensus to put the same signs, almost the same signs, back up in the same places, and have it done within a couple of weeks? So.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
I'm going to just take one more stab at this. Originally, I talked about process, and that this is, I think, why we usually don't make kind of decisions on a request for council action, because we're stuck with this conundrum that we're in now. I think that we have consensus to put the signs back up, to have these signs. But there are myriad details, to Ms. Hodson's point, to everybody's points, that need to be worked out. Why not bring it back, since we have consensus? Staff can bring back a resolution that says signs go back up. In between now and then, Councilman LeBure, I apologize, and Councilor Gutwein can do the work we do and can work out the plan. They can coordinate with Ms. Hodson's team to figure out what they can do, what they can't do. You come back on whenever that resolution, sooner rather than later. I won't step on the toes of the almighty agenda book, but when that resolution comes back, then we can hammer out those details, and hopefully in between now and then, we'll be in a good place, some educated. But for tonight, it sounds like we have consensus. We're going to put the signs up. So we've accomplished that goal. We can message that to the community. Now, between now and then, Adam, Mayor Paul and I had talked earlier today about, maybe this is a great thing for our elementary school kids to get involved in and teach them about an inclusive neighborhood and what that means. And maybe they're part of the sign. Who knows? But it's a way to at least raise awareness. So even if in the interim, we just do a resolution to put the signs back up, maybe a year from now, the kids will have come up with something. We'll have contests. We can make kind of an ongoing thing. To Councilor Springsteen's points, we can continue to this. And maybe we do new signs in the future. From a standpoint, I think that's the way that we should do it. And it also holds true to how we always do these requests, which is get consensus, bring it back, then hammer the details.
So do we have consensus to do that? Okay. All right. So Ms. Hodson. So we're going to bring back some sort of resolution about council. Real quick though, I mean, if we're talking bringing a resolution back, who's going to write it? Because that's going to have counselors take a stab at writing it. I mean,
I would need to ask the attorney, but I'm not sure a resolution is necessary. A plan is necessary, but I don't believe it needs a resolution unless.
Okay. Well, I was speaking to Mayor Pro Tem's point of process, which means that action would need to be taken in some manner. So that's what I was speaking to. But if Councilors LeBure and Gutwein are okay with kind of sitting down and trying to figure out what the sign would look like, working with the other council members and a plan of where those go, then bring that back ASAP with the plan and get further direction to move forward. Does that sound acceptable to council? So I'm getting.
Yes, but I just want to say that time, I think, is of the essence. And while I do love the intent of getting the kids involved and all of that, our kids are navigating COVID and remote learning, and all teachers are having to do tech support plus, come up with all these different curriculums. I mean, again, I think we're making this more complicated than it needs to. And I love that people want to engage on this issue, but I think what the result is just pushing it down the road. So I'm happy to sit down and come up with a brief plan and with time of the essence.
Well, that's what was suggested.
Okay.
So that
just reiterating. Thank you.
The further conversations down the road.
Great.
But the suggestion is the sign part, and to look at that in the now. Okay. All right, Ms. Hodson, do you need any more clarity on that?
No, I'll look forward to visiting with the two counselors to hear what that plan is, and maybe we can put some numbers to it and help with some details. And then that can go in front of council. I believe we can find a spot at a study session and just report back to council before we implement.
And I'd encourage the council members to reach out to each other to continue to share your feedback that you might have. Okay. All right. Councilor Johnson, yours is next. And I think this one has been kind of brief before, but the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully this won't take so long. This is a suggestion that I have to send a topic to the LAC. I mean, all of us understand what happened this last July regarding the fireworks. They were everywhere, all over the place. They took over the city, really. It wasn't just Lakewood. This was a national type issue. I think it's folks are just cooped up, and this was kind of a fun thing for them to do. And actually in the past, I don't think this was quite the same issue because we had the big boom bash. This year we did not have that, and so it really kind of aggravated fireworks. So I would just like to send the issue to the Lakewood Advisory Committee to have, and I'll just read out a couple of the ideas that maybe they can kind of go over and get back with us on suggestions. Number one is that the first thing is that we do have an ordinance making fireworks illegal. And to be honest with you, is this actually enforceable? Is realistically, what kind of resources will it take to enforce this ordinance? Will the budget allow the money it will take to devote resources to enforcement? Should we look at deputizing volunteers to assist with enforcement? Should sparklers and large fireworks be treated the same? Prioritize this. And also, I think we should look at and try and get some solutions from the police department themselves. They are the ones that are in the position of actually trying to enforce this. And they were overwhelmed this year with what was going on. One of the things too that came out is that there were fireworks for sale right next to our border in unincorporated Jeffco. Perhaps one of the recommendations that should come to us would be that we would lobby the county commissioners regarding selling fireworks in unincorporated Jeffco, because we all have to be on the same page. And hopefully there will be money available to resume the big boom bash. I don't know, perhaps we should charge admission. I don't think it was charged before. Maybe we should look at a 2-day waiver regarding July 3rd and 4th. There's a lot of things that can be looked at by the LAC. Let them get back to us and just kind of take another look at fireworks. And I just ask you for a yes vote to have the LAC look at fireworks. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councilor. So Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Vincent.
So I am in full support of having the LAC look at it. Green Mountain was as much affected, I think, by this and is still affected. I heard some the other night. So we heard a lot from all of our residents about this topic and what we could do. So I think we owe it to them to do something about this. My only caveat would be I'm in favor of sending this topic to the LAC, but I'm not so inclined to send it to them with a list of questions or any of those things. I would rather give it to them as a whole to say, how do we deal with the fireworks, the illegal fireworks problem that Lakewood encountered, and so that we don't encounter it again. Leave it at that and let them do what the LAC does, and not make sure that they don't get pigeonholed or get sidetracked in any of those. I want them to take as many options and paths as they can possibly find and take their time on it. But I am in full support of the idea. I think it's something that we do need to do.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. These are not inclusive. In fact, they don't even have to use these. These are just a list of some things that I think they could possibly just start to look at. Maybe they need them, maybe they don't, and they themselves can throw them out. But this is the beginning of some questions that I think actually should be asked. So I would like to keep the thoughts in there so that they have something to start off. If they want to throw it out, then let them do it too. Yeah.
Councilor Vincent?
I think it's all been said, so I'll lower my hand. Thanks.
Councilor LeBear?
Yeah, I would just add, happy to have LAC take a look at this. I don't think I've gotten more emails about any one issue since I've been on council than about fireworks. So happy to take a look at it. I would also just remind our citizens, I think it was last year, we did have a similar conversation after, I believe it was 4th of July, where we did make some suggestions about potential ways to move forward. And I think at some point, just sort of outlining some way to codify our expectations of how we might be able to help rein in some of the illegal fireworks might be a good strategy. And I think LIC would be fit to take a look at it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein?
Just thank you to Councilor Johnson for raising this. Definitely something that was a concern and that I got a lot of emails about as well. And then also thank you to the future Lakewood Advisory Commission group that gets this assignment. It's going to be a tough one. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I think there's probably consensus to move forward, and I would echo what Mayor Pro Tem said. I think it should be broad and as broad as it can be, and I think other council members have different ideas. So I wouldn't want to, this is me speaking, that I wouldn't want to limit it to just what is written here. I think it needs to be much more broad and examined, and so hopefully if this moves forward that they'd be willing to, not just stick to this, but even feel free to go further or less. So is that consensus on sending this to LAC? Yeah. All right.
Whoops. Yes.
All right. Next one is Councilor Abel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple of months ago, an issue came up and a constituent said, well, what can you do about that? It involved ethics and council. And I said, not much. 5 years ago, the mayor appointed a committee to look into compiling a code of conduct and a code of ethics. The code of conduct was compiled. It took some time. Councilman Scott Coote was the chair of that committee. So we got the code of conduct put together, and it's become part of policies and procedures, I believe, but we still don't have a code of ethics. I think our community would be more comfortable if we were more transparent. Such things as sources of income or clients, there are a number of things that could be addressed. Most industries have, most companies have codes of ethics. I think the government needs to as well. What that entails, I don't want to predict or dictate or even suggest. I think we need a committee to be reformed. This one, we got around to doing the code of conduct, and then I asked the then clerk Margie Greer when we were going to take up the code of ethics, and she said that the mayor wanted to appoint another committee for that. And it kind of fell between the cracks. We have been busy for 5 years. So we're busy now, but I think it's time that we address the issue. So that's it in a nutshell.
So thank you. And
an ad hoc committee.
And so I certainly support this. Might I maybe ask for one change if you're amenable to that? And so instead of kind of like when we did our sexual harassment policy, all of council sat down to do that, and something this important that really affects the body, as a whole, maybe we as a body, and turn to Ms. Hodson for the scheduling of that, but maybe instead of just a single committee, everybody's part of that to hash this out and move it forward.
I think that would work. I think it would be a lot easier and a lot more efficiently and quickly done if we had a committee, an ad hoc committee. And certainly all of council is welcome to come and discuss it. What we get with workshops is no community input. And I think we need community input. We want to do it in a series of study sessions, that's fine. If we want to do it in workshops and set aside time for community input, I think that would be as well, good as well. But I think we do need that element. And right now we have it with our committees. We have not yet used it in a workshop scenario. So if that's what you're thinking of, we could do it that way, but invite public comment. I'd like to have it certainly videotaped so that it's available for folks who can attend. But like I say, it's the concept is what I wanted to throw out, and how we get there, I guess, is up to council. Yeah. But I would certainly appreciate your suggestion there.
And certainly in this format, we would certainly be guaranteed to be recorded. So,
well, it may take longer than the sequestration of council, but also we need public comment. Okay. We need public input on things this important.
Councilor Beatup?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm certainly supportive in Councilor Abel's request here, but I just have a question. I'm not sure that I understand the difference between a code of ethics and a code of conduct. In my mind, they're one and the same. We talk about, ethics, and they usually have different names for the same thing. And and as I understand it, Councilman Abel is talking about something different as a code of ethics versus a code of conduct, and I don't understand the difference. Seems to me it's one and the same. So maybe you can enlighten me.
If I may, Mayor, when we started out 5 years ago, the code of conduct was to be our commitment to the citizens as to how we comport ourselves during meetings, personal appearances, public statements, and that sort of thing. This would be more a tool for transparency. So, we all know how many emails we've received telling us how corrupt we are and who all that we are allied with or committed to. And I think that we could dispel a lot of that if we just, say, this is who I'm associated with. This is where my income arises. I don't own a dispensary, that sort of thing. And again, the width and breadth of it is something we all need to discuss. I think that's a good starting point. I think we all need to be more transparent with the people we serve, and hopefully it'll build their confidence in us. Certainly there are things we probably shouldn't do that are unspoken, but need to be probably put down on paper. I believe right now, and we could look at, and I'm not saying it needs to be changed, but we could look at such things as recusal. I believe Mr. Cox says right now, financial involvement is the only thing that could cause a recusal, except in quasi-judicial matters. There may be other things, and I just want to put all of that together in a nice, tidy little bundle, and that way folks coming into office know what will be expected of them, and those of us in office now will also know, be responsible for being open about the things that could possibly influence.
Okay, if I could just say a couple things. One, I'm not disagreeing of the need for it, Councilman. I totally agree with you, but I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could make that part of the code of conduct just a different section, so we don't have two different documents that we're talking about. You know, we have one code that refers to how we comport ourselves, whether we're talking about on council or our disclosures or whatever. It seems to me it's all part of the same process. So I just throw that out as a possibility. Think about that, whether it could be all part of the same document instead of having two separate documents for the sake of simplicity. Secondly, I would say instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, I got to think that there are such codes out there from other jurisdictions that we could start with to help us formulate what we want to do and then go from there. So I'll give that, I would suggest that as a starting point as well. That's all.
And this is a concept. If we want to tie it to the code of conduct, fine. Getting that code of conduct put together and getting it passed is like pulling teeth. So I think we need to let well enough alone. And if we want to add this to the code of conduct, I think that would be fine. But you know, I have 3.5 more years before I'm term limited, and I'd like to have this done by the time I leave. So the more we can do to streamline the process, the better.
I have, Mr. Cox. Let me go to Councilor Franks, then Councilor LeBeer, then imagine you have probably some resources. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I think for me, obviously, we know this is an important topic, and certainly making sure the public, has high level of trust in the work that we do. For me, it would be more of first conducting a gap analysis to say, what is state statute? What, where does it come into play on this? What do we already have in place? And then where are the gaps? I mean, if we have concerns about, that state statute is silent on something, or we don't have it in the municipal code, but it would be important to understand where we're trying to fill the gaps rather than trying to write something from scratch. And so I was just looking at Fort Collins, and so they basically walk through state statutes and then their municipal code and then provisions that they've added to that. Seems like a cleaner way to move forward, and I just wanted to offer that out as we've all got a lot to do. This is certainly an important thing to get done, but how can we do it as efficiently as possible would be my goal. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor LeBeer.
Yeah, I would just echo what Councilwoman Frank said and Councilman Abel. It's great if it happens sooner than later. And thanks for bringing this up. It's a good issue. I also just wanted to mention I work for the city of Denver, as many of you know, and we have a pretty rigorous ethics law in place. And there's many things that I imagine Lakewood probably doesn't have, like even addressing the potential implication or the possibility of it being perceived as you're doing something unethical. That's the sort of level of scrutiny that I imagine a lot of smaller cities probably do not have. So happy to take a look at this. I don't have any preferences on how we do it. I'm happy to move forward with it. Thanks.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick things, and the last few speakers are right on track with what I was wanting to inject into the conversation. There are communities that have good codes that we should look at for examples. I also know some that we should ignore completely because they don't work. One community that made it into a community event. So let's hear what the public has to say, and then staff will have their input, and we ended up with a list of like 50 commandments. Thou shalt not do any of these things, and nobody could ever keep track of them. But there are good ones out there. Just to complicate the picture a little bit further, we have our code of conduct. We don't have anything called a code of ethics, but under state law, if you remember when Amendment 41 was passed way back in the dark ages, that restricted the use of the receipt of gifts and things like that. And the language of that Amendment 41 said if a community has its own code that addresses these topics, you don't have to follow Amendment 41. And Lakewood, just before my time, promptly put together a resolution saying our code of ethics is what you see in the statutes at 2418, except these subsections. So we have a code of ethics in name anyway. And it is a 1.5-page resolution with a couple of paragraphs that simply says we adopt these provisions of state law as our code of ethics. It's restricted almost exclusively to financial conflicts of interest. It doesn't address a lot of other topics, but it did what Amendment 41 was supposed to do, and it was our own. Now we're waiting to hear from the Independent Ethics Commission as to whether that kind of code of ethics is even adequate to supplant Amendment 41. They've ruled in a prior case that no, it has to be exactly the same as Amendment 41 or else it doesn't count. And that doesn't make any sense. Is if you're going to have something that's exactly the same as Amendment 41, you live with Amendment 41. So I just want to throw that out there. We do have something that's entitled Code of Ethics. It's been on the books for a number of years now, but it is not to the scope of what Councilor Abel is talking about, and probably needs to be reconciled with what we have in the Code of Conduct anyway. So that's just some further food for thought for this process.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gutwein, then Councilor Abel, bring us home.
I'm in. I support it.
Okay. Councilor Abel.
Thank you. And to Councilwoman Franks's comment, sure, that's a good idea. We can't get into that tonight. I didn't bring it. I didn't put the entire framework together because it's up to all of us. What I'm bringing is the concept. So how we get that concept, put wheels under it and a roof over it, then that's fine with me. We just need to get her done. Okay. And we can discuss these kind of details as part of that process.
Okay, so
I guess we need to decide what form it would take. I suggested committee, you suggested a full council workshop. I think either of those will work. I think Ms. Hodgson may have something to say, or were you just wiping your brow?
Both. I was doing both. So I have a third option, and that would be we have our annual planning session coming, and that's another thought. We because of the COVID crisis and because of our economic position, we haven't worked on many other things that are on our docket. So I imagine most of our planning goals will remain static. Maybe some additional ones, but that's another option. We can scoot our annual planning session up to January if you'd like. The budget will be behind us. The holidays will be behind us, and you have the whole group. And if you agree to have a facilitator, we can, remember we've always had Heather. That's another thought. We can take half a day if you'd like and work through this as a group and give everyone some pre-homework to be thinking, to be doing research and be thinking what you think would be important tenets to put into the document. I mean, that's just an idea. Maybe it's a lousy one, but I wanted to offer a third option.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had your hand up.
Well, I was actually going to suggest a similar thing, if not the planning, because we're all going to be in the same place at one time. It is a public, we don't take public comment, I don't think, at the planning session. So that would be a hurdle, because the planning session does what Mayor Paul was saying, it does what Mr. Abel was saying, except that it doesn't provide the public comment piece. But it wasn't, I like the workshop idea. The committee part, having another committee on this, I agree. I think maybe the whole body should take part in it, because we all took part in the harassment one. And I think that created a really good product. That was all of us working on that. But I don't know. I see Councilor Abel shaking his head, so I'll just stop now.
This process can't be done in an hour or two. Having it as part of a retreat, that doesn't give us the in-depth look at what we want to do. And that's 6 months away. And we work at a glacial pace often. So we're looking a year and a half down the road. I don't think that's acceptable. I think we need to get this done. And I think it's going to take more than a couple of hours. So anyone who doesn't, I think, might be kidding themselves. Because it took, I believe, 7 committee meetings to hammer out the code of conduct. And then we had lengthy discussion about it at council. So if we're not willing to invest the time, I would withdraw the suggestion.
Yeah, I think there's consensus to invest the time for sure. So I think it's just the logistics now. And so I guess that would be either the committee formation, and I know all committees are open. I want to say, and maybe somebody corrected me, the sexual harassment, maybe it's just the harassment. Was that workshop and then it went public? Who can remind me of that process?
It's part of the policies and procedures work. Ms. Gutwein brought it forward. She might be best to answer it, but I could see that being folded into a code of conduct, or a code of conduct being built around that.
Sure. I mean, it's all relative. It's all things that we would abide by. Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. Yes. I believe that what we did was we had our committee. We hammered out a lot of the issues. Then we went to a workshop with the entire body. And I believe maybe even the facilitator went through all of the issues, came to kind of worked through it, because there were just a number of kind of tricky issues, and then went back to the committee, finalized it, and brought the whole thing back to the body at the council. So it was a pretty intensive process. I think that this will be as well. I think that did end up going well. One thing that I just want to throw out there that for us to consider is, as we have a lot of committees, they're all really important. I'm starting to wonder if maybe there are some that could have fewer members and some that have more, so that, because a lot of us, it's always all of us on all of these committees. So maybe we could split the work a little bit more. That's a discussion for another day, but that might be able to help with some of these issues as we add more and more committees, which are all important. So.
And so another part of this is the back of the house side, Ms. Hodson's side, and certainly we're challenged a little bit right now too with reductions and staffing and things like that. So how would how would something like this fit into your workload, Ms. Hodson, and time frame wise to maybe get something off the ground? What would that look like? And if you don't know that answer tonight, maybe it's just, yes, we want to do this. And then we come back and start to figure out what that looks like, whether it's just setting up a committee, but getting your feedback eventually. And again, maybe tonight's not the night for that, to better understand what you would need to have.
It seems to me that the heavy lifting would be done by the individual committee members, and that staff would provide a support role like we do on on all of the other committees. It's really up to you and the commitment of city council and willingness to commit to the time. And staff would provide that support and help at the end, tie it all together and maybe do some review of language if that's helpful, and have legal do a review, and then it would go in front of council for adoption. So yeah, we would, however you want to do this, staff will provide support.
Sure. Okay. So do we want to then work on a resolution to create a committee, and council, you can, pick if you want to be on it or not, or do you want to do it ward specific, or?
I'd like to do ward specific, one from each ward.
Okay.
And however we do it, it needs to not be an even number, because then you wind up with 50-50 splits a lot. So I think ward specific would would be a good idea. And with the campaign finance committee of seems like a decade ago, and maybe it was, the mayor sat in on it as kind of an ex officio, here's my ideas kind of, and, help with the discussion of the problem of the whole thing. So if you wanted to sit in on it, Mayor, I think we could make it work that way. You could give us sage advice and we could vote on whether or not to take it.
Well, I don't know if I give you sage advice. So what I would want to do is, we'll have to do a resolution. So why don't we talk amongst the ward members and talk with each other and see who you want to do that.
Sure.
Secondly, I know even in like development dialogue, things that still didn't get majority support still moved on to the body of the whole for discussion. So,
sure.
So that's important, but something like this too, I think it's important for, sometimes I'm on an island, but I'm also, elected by the whole city too. So I think it's important to be engaged in this as well. So why don't we start with that? We will work on moving this forward and, talk amongst each other, and we can start to put together what a committee would look like and get that resolved. I think it's a resolution for an ad hoc, Mr. Cox. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Yep. All right. Our last request for council action, Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief on this, even though it's a really important issue. And the reason why is just, we've all discussed homelessness. It was one of our top priorities as a council. I know that, many of you, or maybe all of you, share this priority. It's something that, we set as a council priority. So I don't think I need to explain why it's important. The reason that I kind of wanted to put this in here originally was because there was some CARES dollars, and, there was some question about whether there would be additional CARES dollars. Basically, homelessness has always been an issue. It's getting worse, and it could be even worse this fall. We don't know for sure. My concern is, what is our plan as a city and as a county? I know that there is tremendous effort from our city, from our county. I actually had a chance to talk with Mrs. Hodgson earlier today, and maybe the best step forward would be a possible study session just to understand what all the efforts are, where we are, so that we can understand what we need to do, what our next steps are. So that's kind of what I would like to propose, is just getting an update, maybe similar in the way almost of like the water study session, where we get kind of a comprehensive understanding of all the different moving parts, but also what the efforts are and how our county and city and all the different cities are looking at doing this. My goal, my pie in the sky dream would be that this would be the year that Jeffco, together takes meaningful action on this, and actually, if we even had a shelter. So, we've all talked about this a long time. I'd like to see us continue to move forward. I'd like to continue to see us make progress. I think a proposed next step is just understanding what everyone is doing at this point. So that's what I have to say.
And this is rare. I did sign on to this, as many it's kind of my passion is homelessness, and such a challenging issue. And when you do that's one thing and then another thing changes, and I've learned a lot about that. But some folks on council are more engaged, right, and have a better understanding of some of the different things that we are doing in partnership. And so what I might say, certainly with winter coming and family sheltering, those needs are real. But what I've learned too is, and we had a conversation about this today, but our ability to lobby the folks that have more resources as well. And unfortunately, the city doesn't have a lot, nor in some ways that's not our role, right? We don't have human services, that's Jefferson County. But the state and the federal government, and what can we do as a body? And that homelessness was our third top priority. So I would say one step back is just having an update from Kathy, because I think people are engaged in different levels and there is a lot going on. And from that update, rather than a full-fledged study session, then I think we can decide to say, these are the things or things like that, just because I'm cognizant of what's about to come with our budget conversations and these different things that are coming. So that would be my counter, Councilwoman, and we both signed on to this, was more just an update. So all the council's on the same page. Not everybody can make those breakfasts, and really then build off of that. So, Councilor Johnson.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you both bringing this forward. And as I was reading it, it really got me to thinking about some things. I believe it was this year that the county and all of the cities were engaged in a homeless type count and task force. There was interest, I believe, in some property north to look at a shelter. You'll have to remind me on that. I'd like to know, whatever happened with that, how far that is down the road. And also, there are some shelters. There is a homeless shelter in downtown Denver near the Jesus Saves. And I'm just curious, who's running it? How successful is it? What's going on with that? I don't know if many of you have heard of the Step 1 program or Step Denver. They usually actually have beds there frequently. And one of the things that that folks have to commit to is sobriety and work. And so that might be one of the reasons why they have beds. The National Western Stock Show was defined as a place to have beds. I don't know if we could collaborate with Denver. I don't know whatever happened to that. I haven't heard any more about that. And as all of us understand, this issue is not easy. It's extremely complicated. There's a lot of puzzle pieces to this. The homeless that we are seeing now are not the kind of homeless I saw as a kid. The folks now are younger. There is mental illness involved. There is substance abuse involved. There's alcoholism involved. And several months ago, I suggested that we view the movie Seattle is Dying. The police department did view it. At the end of that movie, Seattle had some really interesting ways of addressing this. And the reality is that we can learn from other cities what kind of solutions they've come up with. I think it would have been helpful for us to have seen it at that time. It might have put us ahead of the game at this point. But yes, we're going to have to take another look at this, especially with Denver, and they've dismantled a lot of the homeless encampments. They've also, unfortunately, dismantled their gang unit. So we're going to be affected in different ways in our city with what Denver's actually doing right now. Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at it. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Councillor LeBaire.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I think, we're going to need a metro-wide solution. I think everybody recognizes that. Every city, I think, is going to have to do their part. Every county is going to have to do their part. And I think Lakewood's going to have to do its part to actually achieve a lower level of homelessness. And if we don't, we're going to continue to see it rise. It's growing big right now. Part of the reason it's growing big that I don't know if all of our community members appreciate or understand is because of COVID. There are a lot of day shelters. I was volunteering, for example, at one every month, the St. Francis Center in downtown Denver. And a lot of these day shelters are closed because you don't want a bunch of people congregating together, potentially spreading virus. So that's one of the issues. But beyond that, I think we need to take a look at ways to assist and coordinate. I'd love to hear the updates from Kathy and all the things that she's learned from different communities in the county. I think we should lead this effort. We probably have the largest homeless population, would be my guess, in Jefferson County. It's just an assumption. I'm seeing it every day, front and center. And it's a challenge. I know other communities have already started investing. Fort Collins, I think, for example, I believe they don't contribute about $200,000 a year to address homelessness. So I think it would make sense for us to contribute in some way, at least as much as we do to our animal shelters. And I think it's important to bring it up now while we are having budget discussions. I think that's another reason it was made a council priority earlier in the year. And I'm glad that our mayor and Councilwoman Gutwein is restarting the conversation kind of where it left off in January or February. So yeah, I'd love to hear the update, and then hopefully that lends itself to a study session, a much broader conversation. But we got to use all tools. We should be engaging the county on what else they can do. We need, I've even thought about it from the Dr. Cog perspective or the CML perspective. We have people on CML who are on the legislative committee. We can introduce legislation. What could we do as a state better to help support this issue? And what could we lobby as a statewide program? So I think we need a holistic approach that use all the different bodies and tools, whether it's NLC grants or CML legislation at the legislature next year, or Dr. Cog, however we could use any of that. I know that's not one of their priorities right now, but that doesn't mean it couldn't or shouldn't be. Metro Mayor's Caucus. So I think, let's figure out what the need is, and then and I think Kathy will have a lot to tell us about that, and then figure out what best tools we can use to approach it and hit it from every angle. That'd be my guess. Thanks.
Yeah. So I guess if there's consensus, and for instance, I think we've probably spent 7 figures or more already on homeless issues and things. So I think maybe an update would be a good first start. So Councilor Gutwein, I don't know if you're amenable to that.
Yeah, I think an update makes sense. Maybe that's a better way to explain. I think we're on the same page on that. You know, and the goal is to get to action. And whether that is just advocacy and really working together to try to, you know, leverage whatever relationships we have in other cities and get the county and, you know, actually, like, I just don't want that day to come and for us to have not done everything that we could have done. And I know that many of you are already engaging on those committees, and I thank you for that. And for those of us that haven't been able to, I think it would be great to have an update. So.
Okay, great. Councilor Abel.
Yes, sir. We've been talking about this since I've been on council. We've been talking about it with the commissioners and representatives from the other cities and towns in Jeffco. I'd sure like to see us do more than talk. And I would like to use this move by Ms. Gutwein to spur that. But we do need to catch up on, we have navigators now. I don't know how that's working out with COVID. I do know that I had the opportunity to refer someone for that kind of navigation services, and it seemed to work out very, very well. So, but where are we, and what more can we do with it? And how can we help resolve the tragedy of homelessness? I mean, when we met with the school board last year, Ron Mitchell, the president of the school board, said, why don't we look at school facilities that might be used for this sort of thing under another entity's control. So there have been things thrown out there that, I don't know, maybe they don't work out, didn't pan out, but I think we need to look harder and try to get off the dime as far as talking goes and move into more action, as Ms. Gutwein suggests.
Thank you. So I would just say, and I actually feel bad because, again, I signed on to this, and maybe I was premature because, again, this has been a passion. The Metro mayors, Dr. Cog, the governor hosted a roundtable right before COVID. But this idea that we're not doing anything or not doing enough it's hurtful, because I think we're leading the suburbs in our response with limited resources. And so, again, I think the education as to I'd love to build a shelter tomorrow if we could, right? But, so I feel a little bit bad the way that this conversation has gone, because I think once council has the opportunity to really understand all that we are doing and really try to balance out our role, right? We don't have a lot of these resources that other levels of government have. So again, I signed on to this, and I think an update is the way to go, but I certainly don't want to deflate all the momentum that's been moving forward through not only our city, but the other cities as have been tasked by all of the city councils through their city managers. And I think they're doing a hell of a good job trying to move the needle. And we all wish it could be way faster. So is there consensus to move forward with an update?
Mayor, may I just offer something there? There's a quarterly meeting with the Board of County Commissioners, and it's very easy to attend now because it's done virtually. And I know several of you do attend this. We always have a homeless update. And this is where all the city managers and the human resources, the county staff come and do reports on what we've done to date. I guess I should, if you're not able to attend, I should send out the minutes so that you're made aware of that. Just during the COVID period, we've spent $370,000 of COVID CDBG dollars that go straight to homeless. It goes to rental assistance. It's gone to utility assistance. It's gone to the Action Center to help assist. So the city has done an amazing amount of work in a very short amount of time. $370,000 in the last, 3 months. That's certainly moving the needle, at least temporarily, for this particular population. We're the city that has hired 2 navigators, and whenever you join the police department, you have to go through a pretty extensive hiring process. So we just got our 2nd navigator on staff just, I think, last week or the week before that. So those 2 individuals are working within the confines of the COVID situation, but it's just so critical now because of the health crisis. So we are doing a lot of work, and I know there are people who work for the city of Lakewood who spend 100% of their time dealing with the homeless population. So I would encourage you, please, to attend the county commissioners meeting. This next one is on Thursday, September 3rd at 7:30. All you have to do is just join the conversation, and you'll hear this broad, comprehensive update that reflects the work that's being done. The county has a lot of CARES dollars, and I know they're expending a lot of those dollars on this particular population themselves. So I certainly wouldn't say we haven't done anything, but I'm happy to do an update and give more information. I hope we are not setting the expectation that we'll be able to solve the homeless problem, because it's layered and it's really complicated. So just so you know, we're sure not doing nothing.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor LeBeer, and then I think we got consensus, so we can probably move on to reports.
Yeah. Well, I just want to comment. I hope nobody got the impression that anyone said that the city hasn't done anything. I think we've done a pretty good job. I think we've been leading this effort. I think seeing our CAT team out there every day has been fantastic progress. I think what I've said and what I've heard other people say is that we can take let's do more action. Let's get some more actionable items, and let's also take a holistic approach to this. I think many of us would agree and know that a lot of this also comes down to housing and what kind of affordable housing we can provide, or what strategies there are for affordable housing. So there might be a component of where we say, okay, well, housing is a major issue. What steps, what policies, what impediments in our law do we have right now? This is not necessarily a staff issue, not even necessarily a money issue. It might just be a law issue that's blocking, housing from being affordable housing being developed to get some people off the waiting list. So I think there's a broad set of things that we all are going to have to take a look at, and so I think that's going to require a conversation and being open to the possibilities. So thanks.
All right, Councilor Gutwein, last word on this, please.
I just want to also make sure it's clear that I am not saying that the city of Lakewood isn't doing tremendous things and leading the way. I think that you can appreciate what's being done and still want to strive to do more. And that's all. It wasn't meant as an insult in any way to raise this issue.
Okay. Anything else under general business? Okay, so we'll go to reports. We'll start with Ward 5 and go down. Looks like it's just Councilor Gutwein tonight.
No report. Our next ward meeting, we are planning to have a pro-con. I think the same speakers that were at Ward 1 for the marijuana question that will be on the ballot. I guess realizing now that was a little bit presumptuous to schedule that already since we just voted on that tonight. But that is what we are planning to discuss. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Ward 4. Mayor Pro Tem, are you?
The only thing I have is I think we're close, or we've just about finalized. December 17th is the next development dialogue committee meeting. I think the agenda on that should be going out soon, and we'll get that to, but again, that is September 17th, and that is the follow-up to the districts conversation that we've had. And this one we want definitely the public input, and yeah, so September 17th.
Okay, thank you. Ward 3.
I'll go let Anita go first if she has anything. Councilor Springsteen.
Councilor Springsteen.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to report that on Thursday, I had sent another letter along with Dr. Porcine to Governor Polis asking for a moratorium on ketamine in law enforcement encounters, saying that waivers through the CDPHE are based on junk science that we had researched. On Saturday, the CDPHE announced it will review ketamine waivers and will assemble a committee from many different medical backgrounds and produce a report within 12 weeks. So we were on Fox 31 on Monday, and then there's an article on KUNC today that talks about what we did, and also talks about my concern that unfortunately this effort by the CDPHE does not put a halt on the use, and that others can die or be damaged. And Representative Leslie Herod, who I had spoken with a few weeks ago, did weigh in on that today. And so it's good progress. We're making progress, but we have a long way to go. And I sure hope that our city and our county and fire district will eventually weigh in and get on board with me on this. I just wanted to respond to something early today about the city manager saying that we should not call department heads. We should be more efficient and go through some reporting system or something. I mean, again, that separates us from staff, and I really don't think we're wasting that much of those department heads' times. I mean, I feel completely isolated from staff in any way. I'm trying to function as a city councilor without a staff. And so I don't really know what that's about, but I just don't think it's a good idea for city councilors to not be able to talk to staff.
Counselor, I'm happy to discuss it with you if you would like. I'm happy to do that. We can talk about it as a city council.
Yeah, we can do that, but I just wanted to make a comment in response. The other thing is I'd like to, I guess the way to go about this is making a request for council action, but what had come up at a Ward 3 meeting was people having difficulty with CORA requests in the city of Lakewood, running into roadblocks, non-compliance with CORA law, being required to provide driver's license and tracking information and other personal information, CORAs being redacted and charged excessively. Those are big concerns for liability for our city. And I'm gonna follow up with how to do a request for council action on that, but we cannot be going up against Cora in that way. We got to really look at that. That's a concern. But that's all I have tonight.
Ward 2?
Hey, hold on.
Oh, sorry, Counselor.
Hold on there. Thank you. I just want to say a couple things. We did have our virtual ward meeting on Saturday. Had fairly good attendance. Meeting went well. I had some good comments afterwards. So we covered a lot of issues, and overall it was a good meeting. Thank all of you for attending. We had a number of counselors that attended. We appreciate that. Also, I just want to remind you again, we talk about the homelessness in Lakewood and some of the problems that our constituents and our people are experiencing. I want to remind you, we have the Food Bank of the Rockies again once a month. It's the first Tuesday of every month. So that'll be this coming Tuesday, the 1st of September. The distribution starts about 3 o'clock, the actual food distribution. The truck gets there about 1 or 1:30, and we unload it and have to process all the boxes and so forth. So if you have a inclination to have more than talk and you want to roll up your sleeves and get in the trenches, that's a good opportunity to do it. They need help. It's a lot of work, and even if someone comes for an hour or two, it'll make a big difference. So next Tuesday is at the Phillips United Methodist Church at Pierce and Florida. 1:30 is the work starts. The food distribution starts at 3. If you have constituents that are struggling and need help, please let them know. It's all they have to do is get in line, drive up. It's a drive-up thing. It's all COVID safe. Everybody wears masks and is very careful. So if you have folks that need help, be sure to send them our way. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 2 now.
Yes, just a couple of things. I think that Councilor LeBure and myself are going to try to do something a little different for our next ward meeting. We would have it right in the middle of Labor Day week. And so I think we're going to try to do something where we're going to record something and then people can go onto YouTube and watch it. We're still trying to at your pleasure, we're still trying to work through that. Another thing is we've had a lot of discussion today about our policies and code of conduct. I had brought it up before. I go in myself and read it every once in a while. And it is 6.1. It talks about how we conduct ourselves at council, how we conduct ourselves outward, and how we conduct ourselves with staff and everyone else. There's a lot of good, important information in there, and it's information that we all agreed to. We've made some agreements here, especially with concerning discussing with staff. And one of the big reasons for that is so that we as council communicate with each other. If I go in and ask a question about homeless, I can almost guarantee you probably wards 1 and 3 at least have the same question. And it's very, very simple to go into it. And also Daniel has always been very terrific about, oftentimes I know I have like 6 questions in one, and I know those have to go to different departments. So that's all I just wanted to say. You may want to go into 6.1 and find out how we as a counselor are supposed to conduct ourselves. Thank you.
And I'd just add, Sharon and I, Councilor Vincent and I have had a lot of good, robust conversations with neighbors about all sorts of issues, whether it's been homelessness or development, or the shopping centers that have issues, and baskets, and Walmart, and police shooting and shootings that have happened in the neighborhood. And I think it's been tough the last few weeks, but I just wanted to say thanks to the residents who've engaged. It's been, I think it's been a, informative conversation, and I'm certainly trying to take what I'm hearing from the neighbors and make it actionable as a policy item. So I just wanted to just reach out to the neighbors on this forum and say I hear you, and looking forward to continuing to working with you to find solutions to some of the problems that we face. Thanks.
Ward 1.
Thank you, Mayor. We will not be having our Ward 1 meeting on the 5th of September. That's Labor Day weekend and the traditional end to the summer season. Also a time to think about all the things that the fruits of our labors have brought to our country. So we'll see our constituents in October, either live or on Zoom. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. Well, that's very flattering that Ward 5 will be having the same speakers that we had with our point counterpoint on marijuana. You won't be disappointed. It'll be good. Also, I'd like to say that Ward 1 also has a food bank of the Rockies. St. Paul's on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays from 9 to 11. They also have food for folks. That area of town where St. Paul's is at 10th and Garrison, it's also pulls in a lot of people from the hotels or the motels. And so it's very helpful. It was said earlier, I will be having a marijuana seminar September 9th and 10th. I will be pushing out the information on that later on. But we are a diverse community. I happen to be Polish. And this year is the 100th anniversary of the Polish War that they had with the Russians right after World War II. The Russians at that point were invading Poland. The intent was to go to Germany, Paris, and the UK. And the Poles kept them out. And actually, they saved a lot of those countries because of that. I'm very proud to be Polish. So thank you, and have a lovely Labor Day.
Councilor Franks, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I wanted to speak to make sure that the community was really clear on our direct response system. That was really put in place to make it more efficient for council who has research needs, questions. So for the public, we then route all of our those kinds of inquiries into the system, and that allows them to be recorded as the date and time they were submitted. It allows them to be assigned to the appropriate staff member. It also allows for kind of rough levels of effort estimates to be done. As you can imagine, with 11 city councilors, if we all were asking for very detailed research items, the city manager is going to have to look at all of those and make an assessment whether she needs to come to council to get direction on levels of priority, because again, we work in a kind of in a blended environment. We are the legislative branch, and then there's the operations side. And so all the people that we're requesting time of, they have full-time jobs and goals and things that they're trying to accomplish. So that's why I wanted to make sure that the community understood that that system is designed for not only efficiency, but also transparency. If I ask a question that maybe I think is only related to Ward 4, but it's an issue that is occurring elsewhere, folks, all the other city councilors can read that information and then determine if they want to ask follow-up questions. We also have a second component of that for when a community member submits a question to us and we know that it's better answered by staff. We can forward that to the direct response system. And then if the person is in our ward, the 2 ward counselors are tagged and we get that response along with the resident getting that response so we can assess whether follow-up is needed. So I think it's a while it does require us counselors to be more disciplined and follow a process, it also has been something that has allowed me to educate myself more quickly on a broader array of topics than I would normally be educated on. So I would encourage counselors who maybe haven't taken advantage of that to do so, and then look at those reports to stay up to date on current activities in the city. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, so it's running late, and I would just say a couple of things. We've talked a lot about kind of the needs in the community, and you're all seeing it. And certainly I want to lean on every one of you to help me, to help each other find ways, and whether that's just us maybe putting together a little community cleanup or something as simple as that. I'm really grasping for some of the answers to just getting out there and doing something. And I know you're all kind of boots on the ground. So the other thing is, when we look at these big policy priorities, right? I mean, we spent an hour talking about, should we put signs out or not? Super important. But yet, then we have another heavy lift, which is homelessness. And are we doing enough or not? Well, kind of got to start figuring out how to row in the same direction. And certainly that starts with me too. So I'm open to your feedback and trying to help me better understand how we can better do that. I mean, clearly, if we want to look at affordable housing, homeless issues, things like that, there's things you can do. You can go to the voters and ask for money. You can do COPs. There's people that are pushing the needle in extreme ways, but it is making extreme decisions that have to have a council that's willing to really engage on that level. And so, if that's things that we want to do, that they're out there. We could throw all kinds of dollars, whether or not it helps in certain ways. We have resources. We have zero debt. We have a lot of partnerships, but we need to know what those priorities are. And I think we had a really strong retreat, and unfortunately, everything kind of got put on hold. But we were getting ready to talk about some severe, challenging issues like municipal finance, bonding, big long-term needs and issues. So let's keep that in mind as we move forward. It looks like Councilor Springsteen is not on anymore, but I had wanted to just kind of address a couple of things. And Councilor Vincent referred to our code of conduct, which is 6.1, but in 7.1 is the communication piece. And it's the communication piece with our city manager. And it's the city manager's designee will enter the information into request Lakewood. So requests per our rules go that route, right? And so I would encourage council and everyone to really look at communication and correspondence. We did spend a lot of time on this, and it goes back to our charter in 4.1, which clearly states that we deal with city employees via the city manager, the city attorney, or the judge. And so the goal is not to ever be punitive, but to find a streamed way to make sure that everybody is being addressed. There's 11 of us trying to get information or work for our constituents. So I think that's really important. And I'll go out on a limb and just say I certainly know that through orientation and through months, there has been multiple efforts made by the city manager and this staff to reach out to all the council and to set up meetings and to make sure that everybody is supported. And they can only go so far. They can't make you engage. So because you may not want to engage doesn't automatically mean that it's their fault for anything. And so, we can bring all these things to light. If we want to change the charter, we can take that to the voters. We have all these different opportunities, but I want to just see us continue to try to row in the same direction. Certainly want to thank our incredible police department and the navigators. We heard tonight that there was a successful win that one of the counselors had with one of the navigators. And they're slow and they're hard. These issues are hard. And again, when they might move 2 people into a better situation, 5 more might come and fill that. And so it's so hard. And I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of West Metro as well. All of our first responders who are out there trying to do good things for us. So That's all that I have. And, challenging times are ahead of us. Looks like we have a couple weeks off to maybe recharge, or at least a couple Mondays off. But I am serious. If you want to get out in the community with me, if we want to look at ways to go to some of the parks or some of our impacted areas, I'm happy to join you. And with that, Ms. Hodson, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you. I'm good and done. So
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Michelle, do you have anything? Okay. Mr. Cox? Okay. So with that, we will adjourn our meeting at 11:03 p.m. Thank you all very much. Be safe.